moment I get here. Little hype train coming in. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hopefully, you guys are having a very fine Monday. Busy day for me. Live a little later than I was hoping to be, but we're here now, so we can get this show on the road. Got a lot of snaps to review today. Belby, thank you for the 200 bits. Tazzy, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Several resubs coming in here, too. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I see we are at 268 sub points for the 300 we need for August, and we still have a quarter of the month left, so we're looking pretty good there. Hey, we got a first-time chatter, and their first chat ever is supporting the content here. JDB2206, thank you, my friend, for the beautiful 100 bits. That's very kind of you. Very kind. Thank you so much. Trinkle Panda, thank you for 100 bits as well. Alex Ray Fox, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. 3 months feels cool to me. Yeah, 3 months. Time flies. Time flies. Moving right along here. Cozy Pixel Girly, thank you for the tier 2, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. And 3-month advance at that. Thank you, thank you. D4, thank you for the Prime sub. Beautiful 8 months there. All right, now we've successfully shouted out the love here. Well, except for Vox, thank you. Vox with the 1 and said, I got Cult of Lamb this week and I already have over 10 hours in it. Thank you. I told you. Anytime I play a new game on stream, I usually play stuff I think you guys would really like. And I knew after we played some Cult of the Lamb, some of you guys would probably want to get the game because it is a very, very fun game. It's hard to put down. It's hard to put down. Great game. Okay. Let's see. So, flashback vibes, that's what we're getting into today. Jennifer, thank you, Jennifer, the 200 bits as well. Much appreciated. And since we are officially on a level 2 hype train, you guys, if you resub, if you send gifted subs, or if you send 100 bits or more, you automatically will unlock a level 1 emote as of now. And if the train goes up, you'll get a level 2 or level 3, depending on where it ends. But at least now that it is officially above a level 1, you're guaranteed at least a level 1 emote. Dekai, thank you for the 100 bits as well, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Aurora over on YouTube. Hello, Babbitt. Good afternoon, my friend. Babbitt says hello, everyone. Hey, Sipai. Hi, Babbitt. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. Dang, dude. Jennifer. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Jennifer coming in with the very generous sub bomb here. Thank you so much. 5 gifted subs from Jen. Thank you. Fernandry catching 1. Jasmine, Zaylee, Carly Rain, and Mary all catching gifted subs here. Oh, and Bethany coming in with the tier 1. Thank you, my friend. Bethany, welcome. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub over here on Twitch. That's very helpful. We are now 1 step closer to the 300 points we need. Thank you. And Love Shark, appreciate the big 200 as well. Did you make a post on Facebook? No, I did not have a chance to because I was already running a little bit behind. I did make an announcement in Discord, and I had to get back to some emails. I sent an invoice Friday, but apparently they never got it, so I had to send it again today. Mags, thank you for the 100 bits as well. And also, I did promote some new mods in the Dreamsnap Hub because I don't know if you guys have seen, but our little Facebook group, right? Yo, Sunshine, thank you. Sunshine now coming in with the 500 bits here.
Notice me.
Mom Air Games with the tier 1
Monday.
resub. Thank you, my friend. And Pink Chaos as well coming in with the Prime sub. Wow, a lot is happening. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hype train moving on to level 4 now. Wow. What a Monday. Thank you, guys. Will you be adding gifts for the tier 2 and up supporters? I just noticed it's an option under emotes. Yeah, tier 2 and tier 3 have their own emotes. Yeah, you already have them. So if you're on Twitch, anybody on Twitch, you automatically get, no gifts. Are you talking about the emotes? Are you talking about emotes? Oh, it's new? Oh, if it's new, I don't have it yet. Yeah, I haven't added that yet. Yeah, if it's something brand new, for sure. I'll add it. Let me check. Let me look at it. Hang on one second. Let me go over to my settings here. Viewer rewards. I wonder if I even have that unlocked yet. Cause like, you know, we already have. It's not under this category. So viewer rewards is where you have like the stuff for the different tiers. And I don't have a section for gifts. I'll have to check and see where they put that. But yeah, there's tier 3 options here for the emotes. There's special tier 2 emotes. And then there's all the tier, you know, the ones everybody gets. But yeah, I guess they didn't put it in the same place, because if it's something exclusive to like tier 2 and tier 3, it should be under viewer rewards, but it's not here for me. So it depends on how new it is. If it's like super new, it might be in beta for like certain channels. Let's see, power channel points not there. Rewards not there. Let's see. Bits and cheering, community, hype trains, leaderboards. Okay, it's not there. Subscriptions. Oh, here we go. Bonus subscriber benefits. I bet you that's where it is. It says new. Select benefits. Let us help you inform your community about additional benefits. No, it's not there. Yeah, maybe my channel doesn't have it yet. Usually when something's really new, they slowly roll it out over multiple partner channels first. But from what I'm seeing, I do not have it yet. I do not have it yet. Sorry, one second, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, Bell. Are they like big GIFs? Are they like big anime GIFs? Almost like a enlarged emote kind of thing? That's pretty cool. Heather, thank you for the 100 bits. Black Knight, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Yes. Oh, cool. Let me Google it real quick and see what they're doing with the rollout. Let me see what it says here. Twitch now supports sending GIFs directly in chat for Tier 2 and Tier 3 subscriptions through a partnership with Giphy. Eligibility, only Tier 2 and Tier 3 paid subscribers can send GIFs using the built-in keyboard. Streamer control. Streamer has full control and can turn off the feature or restrict specific GIFs. Moderation. GIFs follow standard Twitch community guidelines, channel moderation tools, developer support. Twitch updated its IRC tag documentation so bots, which I know how to set up. Hang on. To activate the native GIF keyboard feature for your Tier 2 and 3 subscribers, you do not need to take manual action if your channel is eligible. So I don't need to do anything. It's automatic, guys. And I don't even need to add GIFs. So, like, apparently the way this is going to work is the streamer doesn't add the GIFs. It's a partnership with Giphy. And if you're a Tier 2 or Tier 3 supporter, you'll have a GIF option on your keyboard, like when you go to submit any chat. Activation steps and availability. Automatic rollout. The built-in GIF feature is enabled by default for all channels selected during Twitch's initial rollout phase. Limited availability currently. Twitch is currently evaluating performance and community feedback with a limited number of channels. If you do not see it, access is expanded to more creators automatically over time. If you wish to disable the feature and you're part of the rollout and want to opt out, you must contact Twitch directly using the alias provided. Wow, they make it kind of hard to opt out if you don't want to be part of it, but I don't know why you wouldn't want to be part of it. That's kind of cool. GIFs are fun. Built-in limits, there's an automatic 30-second cooldown between GIF messages per user to prevent spam. Safety features include GIFs are completely blocked and disabled automatically when the shield mode is active. Manual moderation, both you and your channel moderators can manually delete individual GIFs messages directly from chat overlay. Automation ready. Thanks to recent updates, Twitch developer documentation, standard chat moderation bots can read IRC tags to detect and filter specific GIFs seamlessly. Cool. Okay, yeah, so as expected, it's just going to roll out over time. Tater says, I don't know, do secondary reviews, go before primary. I'm just trying to gauge where I'll be. I have a migraine, so I might pop out back. No, secondary reviews are always on Tuesday, Taters. We don't do secondary reviews on Monday. Secondary reviews are Tuesday only. I forgot it was Monday. Yeah, it is Monday. But on Tuesday, we do primaries first. We do the primaries first, then we move on to secondaries. But yeah, the cool thing with the new GIF feature, it seems like we won't have to really do anything. Caroline, thank you for the renewed membership, my friend. I see you over there, Caroline Rose, on YouTube. Thank you, my friend. Welcome back, welcome back. Good to have you. Okay. It's fun, says Belle. Yeah, who doesn't like GIFs, you know? Like, I anytime I'm texting with somebody, I always send GIFs. You know, GIFs are fun. They are fun. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think that's a great way, you know, for Twitch to continue incentivizing, like, Tier 2 and Tier 3 subs. I think that's great. I think that's great. So that's fun. And since we're a partnered channel, we'll probably get it, like, pretty soon. You know, we usually get included in all the beta testing stuff. So yeah, we'll probably be included here in the next week or so, I would guess. They just kind of roll it out a few channels at a time usually. Silvertest hanging have a whole conversation with GIFs alone. Indeed, indeed. Zombie, thank you for the 100 bits as well, my friend. Already a beautiful 2,000 bits on the board. Black Knight, thank you for the 100 as well. Heather, thank you for the 100. I don't think I shouted out y'all's bits because I was digging through my channel settings to see if I can figure out the whole new GIF feature they're rolling out. Rope, thank you for the 100 bits as well. All right. We got a lot of snaps to look at today, so let's get ready to dive in. One thing about this challenge that's really cool is there's been a lot of variety in how people are highlighting the spirit of Y2K. So the challenge states create a colorful, energetic scene inspired by early 2000s pop culture. Now, not everybody is doing that. Not everybody is going energetic. Not everybody is going colorful. Some people are just trying to recreate movie scenes that are very low energy or not very colorful. Like, I've seen some cool shots from, like, Twilight and, like, stuff like that. So if people can get your reference, the most important thing with this challenge is that it needs to be very clearly Y2K. I would say that's more important than anything else. So whether you're highlighting some kind of Y2K show or a Y2K movie, or you're doing an arcade build, or you're doing a Y2K performance piece, no matter what it is, you just want to make sure your voters understand that it's Y2K. And if you are referencing a movie or a show or a particular music video, you know, you want to make sure it's very obvious, because if you get voters that don't get the reference, you know, it could cost you 4K. So be very careful. Be very, very careful there. Silver Tab says, I see a bunch of, can you guess what this is? And I'm like, no, I don't get it. I'm old. That's my concern for a lot of people. Because the thing is, you can share your reference, your movie reference online, like on Facebook or something. And yeah, you might get like every comment on there might say, oh yeah, I know what this is. But it's some people that don't even know what it is, they'll check the comments, and then when they see a comment that tells them what it is, then they figure it out. That's the tricky thing. And then they'll comment and say, yeah, I know what this is. But they wouldn't have known if it wasn't for the comments. And the truth is there's no comments on voting. So you want it to be super duper obvious. Now, some of them I've seen are super obvious. Like I think the Twilight one in the Dreamsnap Hub was super obvious. But others, you know, I feel what I'm saying here is if you do make a reference photo and you share it on Facebook and you get like 10 comments all saying they get it, take that with a grain of salt. Because people that don't get it aren't as likely to comment. And typically if a post is seen by like 6,000 people, it might have like 60 comments. So like a lot of people won't tell you. And you might get a false sense of security from, you know, having 50 people say, oh yeah, I know what this is. But it's not a real gauge of how many people actually get it. Because out of those 60 people, 6,000 people saw it. What if the other 4,000 or 5,000 don't get it? You know, the ones that do get it are very likely to comment because they get the reference and it excites them. You know, it elicits an emotional response. When voting occurs, you're not really going to have, you know, these comments helping people figure out what it is. So you know, I'm just saying, be careful, you know. There's some very safe routes to take this week, like the DDR arcade route or Hannah Montana route, or, you know, there's some routes you can take that are everyone's going to get that are just going to be very, very simple and safe. So what I'm worried is that there are a lot of people out there who have been kind of lulled into a false sense of security because they posted their snap online and the comments said that they got it. But like, it's not a good gauge of like an actual percentage value of how many people do get your concept. So just be careful, guys. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying, because I want you guys to get 4K. So try not to get lulled into a false sense of security, and always be careful with Dreamsnap advice, like in places like Facebook or Reddit, because like not only can people that know what they're talking about help you out there, but also people that have no idea what they're talking about can weigh in as well. So just be careful. Just be careful. Murphet said, especially if it's a U.S. show only. I've seen loads of those, and I'm lost as a Welsh person. Well, exactly. That's a great point, Murphet, because that's a whole nother dynamic to this. Like, there's people that don't even live in the same country as you, and they might not get the reference at all. And, you know, that's why it's tricky with reference photos. You know, unless you do something that's like a global phenomenon, something that's like very well known across the planet, or any kind of reference that's Disney related is a bit safer as well. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. I think a good example is the explosions of color. People on Facebook loved the simple Mickey ones and they didn't score well. Oh, yeah. I didn't know they didn't score well. Are you talking about the LOTR? You're talking about the ones where they did the beautiful smoke bombs, and then they did like black and white Mickey and black and white Oswald? Yeah, because there were a lot of those. And on Facebook, they got like 2,000 likes and like thousands of comments being like, oh my God, this is awesome. Yeah, exactly. I think they got like 1,200 and 900. Dang, I didn't know that. Well, that is exactly what I'm saying, you guys. You have to be very careful when it comes to Facebook feedback. I would not really look at that as a good determining factor of what's going to do well. Because even if 1,000 or 2,000 people see your snap on Facebook and they all hit that like button, there's hundreds of thousands of Dreamsnap submitters. And yeah, it's just not the best gauge to like really know what is going to be successful. I think the best gauge to know what's going to be successful is to do what we always do. Look at what we see in the 4K range and give voters what they like while communicating the theme in a very obvious way. Now, there's safer ways to do that and riskier ways to do that. But I think this theme is, there's going to be a lot of people that are disappointed with their results, I believe, because there's a lot of people that have made some amazing snaps online, and they've gotten thousands of likes, and, you know, the people that came across them really liked them. But I think some of these snaps might end up not performing as well as they would hope, and they're going to be, you know, they're feeling like for sure they're going to get 4K because their photo went semi-viral, and thousands of people saw it and liked it. But it's not the best gauge for, like, how you're actually going to perform. Because a lot of voters, are your average selfie submitters. They're not in these Dreamsnap groups. They're not as active on Facebook. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there. Mama Duke says, my Alice one got thousands of likes, but no 4K. Yeah, yours was one of my favorite snaps as well. Yours was one of my favorite snaps. I was surprised it didn't do as well because the trippy experience you did was, like, super cool. And then you had that filter on it that gave it kind of a funky coloration, which I really liked, but I think that just goes back to the average voter, just prioritizing vibrancy and color. That's exactly what I'm saying. You know how it is, Mama Dukes, because, you always make a snap worthy of 4K. And it's funny, some of the ones that that go viral on Facebook and get thousands of likes end up falling short of 4K. It actually happens more frequently than you would think. Mama Duke says, I agree. They are betting their voters being super fans. Yeah. I that's why, I think there are some very safe routes to take this week. And then there's riskier routes that could do very well. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if some kind of movie reference is in the top 3. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But what I'm expecting to be very safe 4K submissions are going to be these, like, arcade snaps with the Dance Dance Revolution machines. Some of these pop star snaps where they have a very good Y2K feel with Y2K fashion. And what I'm expecting to see a lot of in 2500, 1500, and 1200 is going to be some of these really good movie references, unfortunately, because those shots completely rely on the voter understanding the reference. And what do we say when it comes to Dream Snaps? What's the safest path to 4K? Taking out the guesswork. Smacking the voter across the face with the theme every time is the safest path to 4K. Don't make them think. Don't require them to figure it out. Make a snap where it's extremely obvious and even a 5-year-old could figure out that it's on theme. That said, if you want to do a fun reference, I say go for it. I'm not trying to deter you from that. Just pick something. I would just recommend picking something that's very, very recognizable. And, if you fall short of 4K, just don't beat yourself up. It doesn't mean it was a bad snap. It just means you likely ended up with a voter pool that did not get the reference. So that, so if you want to do it, go for it. Yeah, as Jennifer says here, do a reference, but have your life jacket on. That's right. You can do a reference, but I do recommend the insurance policy, right? By making sure you build it in a way to where it's something that voters vote for consistently. Like, what do we see in 4K? Well, that's, either Avatar or Villagers, could be either or both. Somewhat close to the front of the camera, somewhat close to the frame here. Vibrant colors, great lighting, and a very, very, very clear Y2K feel. If you have those, even if they do not get the reference, you're still very likely for 4K. And, you don't have to do this for 4K. There will be shots in 4K that aren't doing this. But they're there most likely because they popped up against things they could beat. But if you pop up against really good, colorful, well-lit Y2K snaps, it'll be good to have a fighting chance against them. Okay. I did a Bob Ross reference. I think I saw it, L. I think I might have seen yours in the Dreamsnap Hub or somewhere. And I really liked it. Bob Ross, I think, is very recognizable. I mean, he's kind of been turned into a meme. And when something gets into meme culture, it kind of spreads across, like, all age barriers, all all geographical barriers. So since Bob Ross has been memeified, I think your Bob Ross shot, it's not that you chose Bob Ross that's risky, it's just that the Bob Ross, when you make a Bob Ross scene, it's kind of just a black backdrop, the easel, and the Bob Ross character. So there will be a lot of snaps out there with like a lot of color and beauty, and voters do gravitate towards that. So that's why I think, that's where the risk is. I don't know who Bob Ross is. What? The painter. He paints happy little trees. You don't know Bob Ross? All right. You guys ready for some reviews? Yeah, Bob Ross. I voted for a Bob Ross one today, and I hope it was yours. Oh, wait, you did the Bob Ross reference for the art one, right? Yeah. Samantha said no. Oh, okay. All right, guys. Samantha said no. She's not ready for reviews, so we're gonna go. It was great, guys. We'll just do them tomorrow. I'll catch you next time, guys. Have a great day. All right. We're back. Don't calm down. Don't actually, I was going to say calm down, and I was going to say don't leave. I said don't calm down. Yeah, guys, don't calm down. Go crazy, actually. Just go crazy. All right. You guys ever get your words mixed up? Like you're going to say, you have two different phrases pop in your mind, and then they just kind of like somehow intertwine. I do it with the words. I do it with phrases. Happens all the time. I think I just have a hyperactive mind. Caturday says, I did not miss you. Well. Oh. Okay. Alright. That's cool. I mean, I'm just a regular senpai anyway. Probably not that exciting. I probably wouldn't miss me either. Alright, let's do some snap reviews. Okay, we got tier 3s coming up first. Dekai. All right, thanks for the review, of course. Okay, very fun, very colorful. Guys, all right, listen. Okay, the ducks, the blobfish, let's just I know I said don't calm down, but I'm going to take that back now. I think we should all calm down a little bit. Let's just all focus on the snap reviews, all right? Dekai's trying to hear what I have to say about the snap, and they're just hearing, Let's try to lock it in. Everybody, lock it in. All right. So, great outfits here for the cast. I think Mermaid Minnie has a really good band feel. And the Rock and Roll Mickey also, rock and roll, it's concert. Goofy on the drums is fun. Now, I do think something that could be good here on Dekai would be the new pose, the one where she does the shush, but I wouldn't do the shush part. She kind of leans in and does like a wink. And since it's a new pose, it's going to be fresh. It's going to be something we haven't seen in snaps before, and I do think that would look really good on your character here. Now, that does require the specific hair, of course, but I think it could be really fun. I mean, I'm not saying you have to set up the whole snap again. Your pose here is okay. I think it's, I don't think it's bad by any stretch, but I do think the new pose will likely be slightly more competitive here. And if you have, like, the Great Goofini dream style, I think it has a good stage presence as well, but you don't absolutely have to have it. This Goofy's going to be fine, too. But yeah, I think Great Goofini could be pretty fun here. I love the backdrop, how he flipped around the on-air booths to create this, like, music wall. Looks really good. Now, another thing is, with these music notes, some of them can float up, like, pretty high. Like, you got these two here. If you time it, you might be able to get, you don't want to cover Minnie's face or anything, but you might be able to get a couple on the left-hand side, too. Again, that's a small thing, though. I wouldn't worry about that too much. Overall, Dekai, I think this is a very safe snap. I think it's a very safe direction. The top is very Y2K inspired. I think a pleated skirt or baggier pants, since we only see a little bit of your bottom piece. Jeans work with, like, all the different eras. But, there are certain bottom pieces you could put on here that would feel very, very Y2K. The top feels very Y2K. Again, this is a small thing. I don't think it's something you absolutely need. Overall, I think you're looking pretty safe for 4K here. I like the water drop pillars. That's fun. But yeah, good band performance. You got the Y2K marquee in the back. You got the music notes here on the ground. Your little visual effects item. Good style on the avatar here. And, these little critiques I gave you, like maybe trying the winking, or, the pose where she kind of leans in. She's like, could be fun. Could be fun. Not something you absolutely need for 4K. I think you're pretty safe for 4K. But I do think that other pose could be slightly more competitive. But yeah, overall, very solid. Very solid. Great color, good energy. Chewy. Not a huge fan of the selection of villagers I got, but indoor on Switch, I'm taking what I can get in a few pools. Reasonable, Chewy, reasonable. That's the downside to summoning a lot of villagers on the Switch. It will crash if you summon a lot of them. But we'll keep that in mind when we look at your snap here. Also, do you think the light bouncing off the music booth behind my avatar is too distracting? It is a very loud light flare, and I would be very careful there. Yo, Sunshine, gifting a sub here to Glitter Elk. Awesome. Glitter Elk says, it seems my gifted sub has expired, so I can't check the queue. Well, Sunshine took care of it. Sunshine took care of it. You've been given a new gifted sub, courtesy of Sunshine. Thank you, Sunshine. That's very sweet of you. Very sweet of you. Okay. So yeah, the light flare here is a little loud. It is a little loud. What you could do, potentially, is take this booth and put the booth maybe back here on the left-hand side, because you don't have lights hanging right in front of it here. And then you can take the photo booth and listen here and move them, basically swap these two positions if you want to reduce this light flare here. It's a fun option for you. Now, Vanellope's a great villager to have here. You might have been hanging out with her to get her in. I love the pleated skirt. I love the big boots. Your outfit is very Y2K. Really like that. Really like that. And honestly, the villagers you got aren't too bad. I mean, Ralph has a really good Y2K feel. Lilo, another gifted. Wow, thank you guys. Ralph has a really good Y2K feel. Vanellope has a really good Y2K feel. Peter Pan, not so much, but, he's young, so he works in an arcade. And I kind of like Aladdin leaning in here. I don't think it's a bad lineup of villagers. I think this is pretty good. And I love that you got the music notes kind of paired with the DDR machine. Now, what I will say with a lot of the indoor arcades I've seen, the space walls, right? So there's a wall that's like a very dark blue with little blue stars all over it. I think those work a lot better for the Y2K theme. The brick and mortar arcades are really fun. I think this works, but I do think, I wish I had it saved, but there were some arcades we saw. There's 3 really popular wall choices from what I've seen for arcades. One is brick. One is the space wall with the little stars all over it. And one is the futuristic, like, starship wall, like the blue with either the red or blue lights kind of on the rails. I think the space wall just pairs really well with the fact that we have a lot of these blue and kind of purple colors on the machines. It also pairs very well with the floor. And it also works really well with the Y2K concept, because Y2K was very tech forward. It was like all eyes on the future kind of era, because we just crossed into a new millennia. So a lot of arcades had this spacey feel to them. I'm not saying you absolutely have to change the walls if you want to go with the brick and mortar arcade, but I do think these hanging lights would look a lot better against a slightly darker backdrop than the brick. So it's worth considering, You can always save this one, keep this one. don't delete it. And if you want to go for a secondary review, I would, you'll have to re-roll your villagers. Just kind of you can hang out with Vanellope if you want to bring her in. But, you might get lucky and get a villager that has, like, a good dancing animation. And I would try maybe the space wall on the backdrop and maybe the starship walls on the sides. Could be fun. Could be fun. But I do think these lights would look really good against that dark blue backdrop. Very nice, Chewy. Very nice. Femme Fatale. Oh, look. That's oh, look at that. Would you just look at that? I was just talking about this. I was going to say, I don't have an example to show you the wall I'm talking about, but here it is. And this is exactly what I mean. Look at the hanging light orbs contrasted against this darker background. They really pop visually this way. It gives it this very future-forward kind of feel, which is very Y2K. Again, brick-and-mortar arcades were also popular in the area, or in the era. But it's not just about doing something, both are on theme, but the dark blue space wall here does work a bit better, I feel, photo-wise, when it comes to how your colors play together and how the arcade feels. Now, I love that you have your prize booth right up here at the front. That's super fun. Joy looks great. Love your little backpack. Great job on the avatar customization. Very Y2K. Merlin in his summer outfit. I talked about this. I think this is really fun. It's not the most Y2K look, but, of course, Merlin is old. He's not going to be with the fashion times, so he has, like, the long brimmed hat and, like, and it is a baggier outfit, so it does kind of work with the Y2K concept. You got some villagers on the DDR machine back here, which is really fun. Oh, and you got the little CD sampler. Nice. Overall, Fim, very solid, very solid. I, too, am going to do an arcade build. I think I talked about this last week because my personal Y2K era, I was an arcade boy. Like, I was in the arcade a lot in the early to mid-2000s, and I played a lot of DDR, so I'm definitely going to play up the DDR machine. I think it's so cool that we have it. And I also think there's a lot of value in arcade scenes because we haven't really had the best challenges for arcade builds in the past. And with things like the hanging orbs and some of the arcade machines that we have, it just creates a very beautiful scene. And indoor scenes are not too difficult to put together, as long as you understand lighting. But yeah, overall, Fim, very solid, very solid. I think you're looking really good for 4K here. Beautiful shot. Wonderful. Sunshine, so thank you for your review. There is one reference in my snap that maybe not every voter will know about. Hopefully it'll be okay. Anyway, I'm also wondering if I'm close enough to the avatar. Yeah, you're fine, you're fine. You do not have to be right up on the avatar. You still have the camera pushed forward, and you still have a good showcase of the avatar. I love your outfit, by the way, the pleated skirt. This pink pleated skirt matches so well with this two-top. Also love the kitty ears on the head here. Very nice. Big crystal earrings. And it's a fun performance. I like that you have the marquee behind you as like a stage backdrop. Neon lights with the V8 Cafe here. Very tech-forward. And then you have another one of the marquees turned towards us so we can see concert live tonight. That's fun. That's fun. The computer on fire. That's very Y2K. And yeah, I don't know if I see your movie reference. I might just not know it, but I don't think you really need it here. You got a very good Y2K outfit. You got some great colors. You got some great energy. And you even spelled it out here, like with the 2000 blocks. So overall, very fun, very fun. Not much else I would recommend here. What is the reference, you guys? What is the reference? I see you guys talking about it in chat. Oh, I thought you were referencing... I thought you were saying that you were referencing I thought you were saying you were referencing a movie or a show somewhere. But yeah, I saw the computer on fire. I thought that was pretty funny. You know, I noticed that. But yeah, good snap, good snap. I wouldn't really recommend any changes here. I think this is solid. I think it has a good Y2K feel. Oh, good. Another fun arcade snap. Decided to go with gaming, says Tazzy. It also gives me a chance to work on indoor snaps because I struggle with indoor. I want to challenge myself to get better at them. Well, good idea. Good idea. Okay. So we have the DDR machine here on the left. The avatar is kind of watching them play. We got Grey Goofini. We have Flynn here. So my advice, if you're going to do an indoor snap, like feature an arcade Tazzy, is if you position things the right way, you can show more of the room. Because and you have some good features here, like the prize stand. And then we have, like, the skee ball. But if you were more towards the front of the room, and also if you... Voters love balance. This is something you'll see a lot with indoor snaps. If we go back to both of these, you see how both of these snaps, this one and this one, they have the same amount of wall on the right and left side, just about. There's a tiny bit more wall here on the right. And then we get this straight line in the back for the ceiling. So they're more towards the front of the room, right in the middle of the room. And this just allows you to have a very balanced snap. And it also prevents you from showing a lot of the ceiling. If you look at my indoor snaps, I have been fortunate enough not to have an indoor snap get less than 4K. That's never happened to me. Given I do outdoor way more often, but I do love a good indoor. I'll be doing indoor this week. And if we take a look at some of my indoor snaps, one thing you'll see with just about every indoor snap that I do is that it's very balanced. I think that's a big part of the reason, and it shows a lot of the room. I think that's a big part of the reason I've been so consistent with my indoors. So in this one, we're in the back corner with the camera facing the other corner, and we get the same amount of wall on the left as the right. And we see minimal ceiling here. If we look at some of the other indoors we've done over, some of these are before the meta of pushing up the camera, but once again here, we're at the front of the room in the middle. We have the same amount of space on the left as we do on the right, and we have very minimal ceiling here. So since you're trying to improve and get more accustomed to indoor snaps, this is something I would recommend you apply. Now, not all my snaps have that balance, right? Like this one didn't. And this is before we could change the ceiling. But this one also, not being as balanced, it didn't rank as high as the others. These indoor snaps I'm showing you, most of them were top 1,000. Whereas this one was like ranked 4,000 or 5,000. And I honestly think the balance of the photo had a big role to play with that. So yeah, typically when I do indoor snaps, I try to center the snap and showcase a lot of the room if possible. It's not something you always have to do. Again, it's like a life jacket, like an insurance policy. Like this one was top 20. This was future visions. And we see the same thing here. My camera is all the way at the back of the room. We don't see as much ceiling. We have the same amount of wall on each side. Voters just love that balance. They love that balance. When a photo, captures a lot of the room, but you have kind of the same weight on each wall. So going back to your snap here, I think what would be a good idea for you, Tazzy, since you're trying to get more accustomed to indoor snaps, is to focus on having your camera in the back of the room, close to the back wall. And you can still set it up in a similar way. And this would also allow you to build out more of a scene. I would also recommend the space walls. This crystal wall is pretty cool, but the way its textures just kind of end, I don't think it feels quite as good as the space wall. And that space wall really works with the era. So my advice for you here, Tazzy, would be to rethink your angle. I still think you should go for the indoor. And if you do end up taking that advice for a secondary review, just try to distribute your lights somewhat evenly too, kind of like we see in this snap. This snap has a disco ball and these balloons kind of on the left and right side of the avatar. And then we have the orb lights on the left and the orb lights on the right. If you do show a good bit of ceiling, like we have here, just have your orb lights kind of break that up a little bit. And, again, the space walls are going to work really well here. The other advantage to this is since Fim here is showing an even amount of wall on the left as the right here, it allows you to have a lot of great wall decor. Another wonderful strength about going indoors. We have this old rotary phone. We have these neon lights. Another neon light here. Prizes here. Vanellope painting back here. Another neon light here. Another neon light here. Basketball hoop here. Another neon light. Posters. These work really. These here work real well for the Y2K era. So you see what I mean. When you balance that shot, it's going to allow you to show more of the walls, highlight more of that great Y2K feel, and it's going to just allow you to have a really nice balance in your scene. Belby says, I need your help! This is where my snap started, and I have not felt up to revisiting it. My health has had me in bed. Oh no! Well, I hope you feel better soon. I don't want to lose my strength, so I will muster up whatever I need to get this to 4K, if it won't work in its current state. I have a third option if you want to see it where I added smoke, as I've been working on it a little. Thank you so much for your insight and opinions. They are valued. Yeah, you want to send it to me, Belby? You can send me your third option. Okay, very cool, very cool. The Hannah Montana pillow here. Again, I think this outfit's going to be great. Ralph on the drums is really fun. Yeah, this has a really good Y2K feel, and you have the recording frame on there as well. Let's check out your other one here. I'm kind of feeling this one a little more. But they're both very good. The smoke bombs are fun. They do add some fun color to the scene. But the downside is, with the smoke bombs, we lose some of this great backdrop you prepared. Like the billboard, Ralph on the drums, and really getting to see the concert venue in the back. I think that's very valuable. I love the foreground elements here with the orbs, the Hannah Montana lounge chairs, and these little blossom planters you put here. I think this could definitely get 4K. I don't think you have too much to worry about here. Ultimately, it'll really come down to what you pop up against, of course. But this is playing up a lot of what voters like. The camera close to the avatar. It's got the energy. It's got the color. So yeah, I wouldn't stress it too much here, Belle. I think this looks really good. There's a lot of diversity out there this week, though. So, if you're feeling better, if you want to, I don't think you really need to tweak this one. But if you have some free time and you're like, I'm going to try a second scene as well and see if it's as good as the first. You can always try an indoor Hannah Montana build, or you can try an arcade scene. But I think this is very safe if you're wanting to rest. I think this is a really good shot at 4K here. But yeah, out of the two options, I like the warmer notes here, but this one feels a bit brighter, and I think it plays up the colors a bit better. Beautiful work. JMR, hey, I'm not sure if I will have as much time to update as we are gearing up for a Disney cruise this weekend. You guys are going on a Disney cruise without me? You didn't even invite me, JMR. What the heck? Well, that's fine. I don't invite my friends to things either, I guess. Oh, that's cool. I hope you enjoy yourself. That's awesome. I've actually never been on a cruise. My sister has. All right. Very cool. Very cool. So we have kind of a pop idol situation here. We got the concert hall in the back. Good building kind of style here. I do see some green grass back here. Probably be good just to take the pavement all the way out. And I don't, as far as the asphalt, since you guys are, we don't want this to feel like a road. I think the dark gray bricks from the Poffic Romance Star Path would serve you a bit better here, because it would feel more like a plaza. And another thing I would recommend, I love the bodyguard Ralph. That's really fun. And the bodyguard Gaston. I like what you got going on there. I think having, like, Vanellope with you as, like, a little bandmate could be super fun. Her clothing really works for the Y2K era. And it would allow you to occupy a little bit of this foreground we have here. So I think that could be fun. But yeah, overall, it definitely has the energy. The fashion brings a good Y2K feel into it. And I know you say you probably won't have time, but if you did a revision to this, Vanellope could be very fun in the foreground here. And maybe some more human villagers, like, lined up behind these ones. Because this side feels very filled out. Maybe even somebody here, like, on the outer edge would be nice. And then just, like, another little row behind them just to really give it even more of a crowd feel. But if you don't have time for those tweaks, this still has a great shot at 4K. Wishing Stardust is, hi, Sep, I'm not sure if I... Oh, and Ashley, you asked me if I'd made a Facebook post. I did not. But if you want to post in the Dreamsnap Hub and let everybody know we're live... You could totally do that. You can just find a cool Dreamsnap to share in the Discord, throw it on the Dreamsnap Hub, and say, Senpai's live now doing snap reviews if you guys want to come by. That was so long ago. I know. It just hit me. I just remembered. Okay. Which said, hey, Senpai, not sure if I'll have much time for adjustments. Why does everybody keep telling me that? With back to school night and getting back into homework, because it's just a much work for me. Not fair. Yeah. A lot going on. Anyways, I feel like these follow the brief, but I'm looking forward to your feedback. Well, I really like the neon Mickey light down here. That's really fun. I like that you got Stitch and Kristoff playing some music. Great job with the smoke bombs in the back. Marquee backdrop is fun. Trying to think if there's, like, anybody else we can include band-wise here. I know these guys are, the only ones that'll be jamming out on guitars. I also feel like Ralph could be a really fun drummer because he has more of a Y2K style outfit than Flynn does. Another thing you could consider is a microphone towards the front. And then since you're actively performing, maybe the part of this pose where you, like, lean in and wink, that could be fun. But you said you likely won't have time for adjustments, but, I feel like this could do well. With some of the open space here, if you have any other of the night show instruments, you could put the synth keyboard back here or the guitars. But that's if you have time for any tweaks. Cozy Pixel Girly. Hi, somebody decided to go with the Y2K party. I have 3 slightly different versions open to all suggestions and advice you have for me. I really appreciate all your work. Thank you. Of course, of course. All right, let's see. Option 1, option 2, option 3. My main concern is I can't really tell where your sun is, and none of these snaps are really getting good lighting. We can tell by looking at the 2000s blocks. They're not catching any sunlight here. Neither are the paper picals. The only reason there's good lighting here is because on your characters is because you're using character lighting and because these visual effects glow. But everything else is kind of lacking color. Like, we're not getting any light on the 2000s blocks. So what I would recommend here, if you want to make this a bit more competitive, Cozy, is to reposition your scene. You want the sun behind the camera, whether you're using the daytime lighting or whether you're using the sunset lighting. But you want that sun behind the camera. It's going to make... Because right now, these blocks just aren't very impactful. And they're telling a strong message. They're sending a strong message with the 2000s here. If we go back to, like, Sunshines, I believe. See how prominent these blocks are? With this sun behind the camera. Giving really good color here. Now, luckily for you, this does not mean you're going to have to rebuild your entire scene. There is a rather new feature in the game, the presets. When you're in furniture mode, you can toggle into group select, and you can save presets. So what you can do is save this build as a preset. Once you've confirmed, like, go to your preset menu, make sure it's there. Once you confirm it is saved to the presets, delete the build, and then just drop the preset somewhere where the sun is behind the camera. I would also try to tweak the centering here. The star sound marquee is a great centerpiece, but as you can see, it's a little bit more to the right than it is to the center. So if you got it here, if you were able to line it up with the paper picals, get these... And you see how we have a tiny bit of space between the paper pical on this side, but then on this side we have more space? If you can pull it off to where you get this scene really balanced, I think it could work really well. Now, if you don't have time for that, this could still get 4K. Just depends on what you pop up against. What we're discussing here is not something you absolutely have to do for 4K. It's just something that could help that become even more likely. Bethany is next. Hello, senpai. Here's my snap ideas. I tried again to work with an indoor scene, as it's not what I'm used to. Thank you for all you do, and your suggestions are greatly appreciated. Thank you, Bethany. Thank you for the kind words. All right, so we got some skee ball here. Very fun. Then, oh, I love Merlin on the DDR machine. That's awesome. And then we have a marquee scene. Now, between your two scenes, I think your marquee scene is a little bit more competitive. We already discussed this, and I know you're not super accustomed to indoor builds, so I'll revisit the subject. When it comes to indoor snaps, they can be quite reliable for 4K, but one of the most popular formats for an indoor scene is the balance that we discussed. You know, if you can get towards the front of the room with your camera and then highlight about the same amount of wall on each side, you're going to be able to take advantage of all these fun neon lights, this memory orb tube, some fun wall art. You're gonna be able to add so much more detail to your scene. And it's also going to allow you to place more good arcade decor, because we're gonna be able to see more of the room. Because there's really strong items like these prize counters, right? Like these are very strong. And you have things like the Listen Here CD sampler, you know, really good Y2K feel. And then we have things like the light orbs and disco balls if you have them. Whereas this pixelated light, you know, the pixelated aspect of it does work good for an arcade, but it doesn't really offer much in terms of like color or beauty as the orbs would. Now, if you were towards the front of the scene, I think the reason you're so far to the left here is because you really wanted to do this skee ball pose. But is it worth the sacrifice of having that balance for an indoor scene? And then on this whole left side, you know, we just see the two side-by-side Sugar Rush machines. And this is a whole, you know, this is like a good 30% of your scene right here. So if you were to, you know, back up a bit, get closer to that back wall, get towards the center, you would not only would you be able to highlight more arcade decor, but we would be able to spruce up the back and side walls a bit. And I would avoid, like, the 3 of hearts here. The arcade floor itself with, like, the glowing light and stuff is going to have more of that Y2K feel. And, you know, I would not recommend having the white down there. So between your two, I think this one, in their current state, in the current state of these two snaps, I think this one's a bit stronger. Main thing for this one is that, you know, we have a lot of open space right here on the left and right of Timon. This side's filled out a bit more. Maybe one more of these visual effect items kind of coming up to right about here could help fill out. Because on this side, you know, it comes out a good bit more. So for balance, if you can have one about, you know, an even position from this one, just on the opposite end. Though I would love to see a revised version of your arcade. You know, just consider what we've discussed with, like, the balance and the framing back, you know, towards that back wall, towards the middle of the room. Even if you have to change the pose, there's a lot of different creative poses you can do, a lot of ways you can, you know, really sell that concept. Willow, hello, Lisa. Hi, Sam, thank you in advance for all your help. I had so many ideas this week, was not sure about an arcade or a concert, so I decided to split scene with arcade on one side and concert on the other. Just kidding. LOL, I did have 3 snaps, but surprisingly, my Switch closed down just as I was saving the third. If I do decide to attempt to redo, I'll add it to the comments. All help is appreciated. Okay. So we have an arcade scene here. And a concert here. Well, the arcade one is very energetic. This is very fun. I do think the space wall would serve you a bit better here. And I don't think you need the wall sconces for the light casting over here. If you do swap to the space wall, because there's little glowing stars on the space wall. I also wouldn't recommend this window here. You know, it does catch a lot of light, but just to give the arcade that great Y2K feel, I think there, you know, maybe better options there. And for balance, you know, you are catching the back corner of the room. And when it comes to these wall sconces, like, light casting is really good, right? Like, but it's not something you always need, depending on what kind of wall you have or what kind of scene you're creating. I know these hooked lamps cast light, but do we need to cast light here? Like, a lot of this arcade stuff glows, right? It has a beautiful glow to it. Like, you know, we have these little glowing circles on this back wall. We have neon lights. I think, like, posters or something would look better than these hooked lamps. Because, you know, these candles, it just doesn't really fit the environment very well. So light casting is really good, but these are going to work better on wood surfaces. And when you have a lot of glowing elements, you don't have to rely as heavily on light casting. So when we look at this one, you know, they're not using any small lights to cast light onto the wall because the wall itself glows. It has all these little glowing stars. And then they can add in neon lights in addition to that. Now this one, there's a lot of concert snaps out there as well. I do like the performances back here. Your outfit has a good Y2K feel, but the skirt is more of like a rock and roll style. It just doesn't feel quite right with the top and like the super blonde hair. And the concert you're at does have like kind of a pop feel to it. So maybe the pink pleated skirt could work better here. I'm trying to think of what we could use in the foreground as well. Oh, you know, things like this, these fragments, I think these could be really nice. And then if you had those visual effects, you know, you can even get the music notes floating in there. But honestly, between the two, Lisa, I would recommend leaning into your arcade concept, but I would kind of reposition things a little bit. For an arcade build, and since you're, you know, since you have this dance machine right behind you, your angle is balanced, but if you were towards the front of the room, instead of angling towards that corner, I do think there's a lot more potential there with how you decorate that arcade. Jangle Bells, or should I say Hangle Bells, since you got an H in your name now. Thank you, Hinjin. Thank you. Appreciate the big, beautiful 368 bits. Almost halfway to goal. Much appreciated. If you guys are enjoying the reviews and you want to support what I do, you can do so by sending bits or typing exclamation tip or exclamation donate for direct donations, or you can do jewels on YouTube or bits on Twitch, whatever you want to do. Thank you guys. So yeah, I think if you went with the arcade route, I would consider a different angle here and giving a little bit more visibility on something like the DDR machine. You know, maybe having it, if you're at the front center of the room, you can have it a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. And if you were towards that front center, you know, we would get 3 walls in the shot, which will provide you with a lot of opportunity to highlight some amazing wall decor and even more of that fun arcade build. And it would also allow you to space these villagers out a little bit, because, like, if you look right here, it's very congested in the image, because we see, like, the things clipping through Minnie's hair, we see Daisy here, we see Alice, then we see, like, the prizes, and it's just a lot going on in this spot. So if you were to re-angle things, I think you could isolate some very good pockets for your voters. It would also allow you some foreground detail as well. Bella, hi, Sabaya. I finally went indoors this week, even though there were some outdoor items I wanted to use. My need for mannequins outweighed it all. Very fun, very fun. So we have this concert performance here. It's got kind of a Spice Girls-esque feel to it. I like Daisy and Joy on the side, Mirabelle here. And the old recording frame looks good. Since you have a lot of light here, like you have the hanging Mickey lights, you have the disco ball, all 3 disco balls. I think here's my recommendation. A lot of these elements would pop a bit better if you had a dark wall for your backdrop. And we don't really need the windows right here, like these windows. I think if you had something like the space wall, or, you know, even if it's not the space wall, something that can... Because you have so much bright color everywhere, with the wall being this kind of white brick, and with your floor being this kind of white rug, your colors would pop a lot better, especially as visual effect items, if we had darker colors under them and a dark color for your wall backdrop. So, actually, I don't think that's a rug. I think that's just the floor you chose. So yeah, my big recommendation for you here, Bella, would be to reconsider your floor and wall. Everything else, I think, is looking really good. The concert feel is really nice. And if you want some kind of cool foreground element here that doesn't obstruct your scene, there is a great option with the pocket item. These here, these fragments, these V8 fragments, I think would look really good in your scene. Kind of towards the front here, just kind of poking in just down here like little stars, you know. The other thing is on the angling, you see how on the right-hand side we get a little bit of wall here, but on the left-hand side, these stage lights go all the way down to the end. So if there's any way you could get it perfectly balanced to where these lights kind of end at the same point on the left and right, that would be good as well. All right, that does it for tier 1 or tier 3 and tier 2. Let's get into all the tier 1s we got here. Anxious Smurf here said, I love all the arcade stuff. Arcades were my happy place as a child, so I love this. I'm unsure about the border. Any help is gratefully received. Thank you so much. All right. Fun pose here with the skee ball. If you have the goose pose, I do think that would work a bit better for skee ball. Where they kind of put their arm out, you know. Now the balance here is pretty good. But I do think you could be a little further back. Like, you could bring the skee ball machine down a little bit. Like, you could show more of this arcade. Let's see your second one. Oh, the recording frame. I mean, it's fun. It does gray out photos a little bit, but it works very good for the era. And I don't think I would do this wall all the way around. You can always do it on the sides and then do the space wall in the back, or you could do space walls on the side. The other thing is this pixel light here. It's just very bright, and it's like a very pale color. You have this disco ball right behind it. I can see the purple lights coming off of it. The disco ball would look much better here. And then you kind of have the prize booths boxes set up, but you didn't really make it look like a prize counter because one is just sitting here in the middle of the room with like pancakes on it. And then the other two are just pushed back here in the corner. This is why I recommended kind of moving back a little bit. You're going to be able to, you know, give yourself more space to build out your arcade. You know, just to go back again and look at some very strong arcade snaps. You know, we have this one here. And we have Femme Fatales, and we can see she's at the prize counter. But you see how much more of the arcade we get to see in this photo? When it comes to getting 4K, voters do tend to really appreciate that good scene visibility. The thing is, there's going to be a lot of arcade snaps out there. And if you were to match up against arcade snaps like this, where we get to see more of the arcade, we have more variety in the details on the walls. Like even this little basketball hoop, very clever. They've angled the claw machine kind of towards us. And instead of using that pixelated light, you know, they have these orb lights, they have balloons, they have the disco ball. And then things like this for prizes. You know, we have these like cute little items here up on the shelf. So it's a good snap, but I do think you could make it a lot more competitive. You would want to add some form and function to the prize section here. And I would highly recommend trying to show a bit more of your arcade. The more you can highlight your decorating talent, the more competitive your photo can be. Dreamer said time to rock out. Okay. So you're actually using the stage. Kind of tricky because you don't really get to pick which villagers you use. And your backdrop is just the plaza. It's just the plaza well area. So this looks a little low effort, Dreamer. I don't think if you pop up against people that didn't do the theme, you could get 4K with this. But the whole, you know, your whole mid-ground and background here, you know, you can't really decorate this at all. This is just the plaza setting. And then we see some buildings in the back, and then we have like the portal here. But, you know, what we're likely going to see in 4K in terms of these concert builds are going to be scenes where people built out their background specifically for the scene. You know, you have great items like this that have the music notes. They have the neon lights, which are going to tie into the Y2K era. So, you know, hopping on the stage with a Y2K inspired outfit and just taking whatever villagers they bring in, a little risky here, a little risky. And, you know, I'm just being honest when I tell you this, but it just comes off as very, very low effort. And if you want 4K, you gotta, you know, it's not how much time you put into it, it's about the thought. It's about the strategy you put into it. That's what ultimately determines 4K. So you have other concert shots like this. And then we have, you know, concert shots like this. Right? Like, compare this to what you created. They have their own fully fleshed out background. They have multiple villagers performing with music. They have direct references to Y2K, like the computer on fire. There's a lot of Y2K style here. I'm a little worried that, you know, I mean, again, if you pop up against the right stuff, you could get 4K, but it's just going to be an uphill battle for this particular snap when there's so many strong Y2K snaps out there. And the only Y2K feel we get in the entire photo really is just your outfit. Like, that's the only kind of Y2K reference here, which is very important. Silver tab. I think I'm too old to participate in the Y2K pop culture. Let me know if this seems 2000 enough. My first version was with the male avatar, then I decided to try the female. Let me know what you think. All right, very fun, very fun. I love the punkish style here, very cool. And you got the visual effects on the sides. And yeah, Dreamer, if you want to use a stage, I think this is the better idea. Just make your own stage. When you use that night show stage, you don't get a say in... You can't use the villager toggle. You can't pick who you want. I mean, you can use the villager toggle. You just can't put them on the stage. So if you just create your own stage, look at how much stronger that can be. But yeah, I really like this silver tab. This is super fun. I think it nailed the boy band kind of vibe. I love the swooning ladies over here on each side. The fact that you got all the ladies here just cheering their hearts out. Even Aurora back here, you know. Gaston on the drums, Ralph on the DJ booth. Really great pose for Eric here. I think this has great 2000s feel. Very, very solid here, silver tab. Let's look at your other one. Then we have the girl band here. They're both very good, but I think what makes this one really strong in particular is the way the genders are set up, you know? The fact that all the ladies over... You know, like, look at Jasmine. She looks really swoon here. Like, this one's really fun too, but this one tells a great story. This tells a great story. So I would go with your first. Fallen Angel, I'm really excited for this challenge because I grew up with Hannah Montana and graduated high school when the final season ended. I hope this meets what is needed to keep the 4K streak. Thoughts and advice extremely appreciated. Thank you for what you do for our Snap community. Of course, Fallen. Anytime, my friend. So very fun, very fun. Okay, so when you're casting light with these geometric lights, you're going to want to use a darker ceiling. So you're using a light ceiling, but look at how tough that is with your geometric light casting. It just creates a big white pocket like a light flare. So I would choose a different ceiling texture. Even a dark wood would work because it'll pair with the what we see here, like this darker brown. And that light casting would look really good up there. The cat's really fun. The Hannah Montana pillow. The pose is very strong. I like the music notes, these stars back here. My main recommendation would be to rethink your ceiling texture so you can get some good value out of these light casting geo lights. And then maybe even rethink this wall, because you got some fun with the pink wall here. You don't have to do the same wall on that side. I probably wouldn't, because it's not going to play as well with the Cruella portrait here. But there are some fun walls you can have on this side, I think, that'll balance well with the colors you have over here. Overall, it's solid. I think it's a safe route, you know, especially showing the Hannah Montana pillow. So yeah, looking good so far. Looking good so far. Snowgo said here are 3 photos. I'm not sure which would be best for this theme. First photo is a reference to something that I'll let you guess. I really want to use it for tribute to Hayden. However, I'm not sure if it'll come across the right way for voters. Second and third photo reference to a singer. The lights are different, with one being regular night, the other being moonlit toggle. I feel like the singer is safer, but I want to see what you think I should go for. Think in advance. Of course, of course. Dang, Daniel Herrera. Let's go, my friend. 49 months. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Also, David on YouTube. Hello, hello. Welcome in, my friend. Coding. Is it Coding on Caffeine? I love the name. Thank you for doing, thank you so much for doing these lives. I recently got into Dreamsnaps and your reviews have been helpful. Oh, that's great to hear, Coding. That's great to hear. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Very happy to hear that. So unfortunately, I don't get the reference here. And here's the thing. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream, Snoko. When it comes to reference scenes, you want to make it so Y2K inspired that even if people don't get the reference, there's enough of a Y2K feel there. But, you know, everything I see here is ocean and beach, which kind of works with any era. So I don't think this is a very... It could get 4K. It's very pretty. You know, it's very pretty. But I don't think it's your safer option. Now, this has a good Y2K feel to it. I like the music motif here. You got a tube top on the avatar. We see the exposed navel. Works with the fashions of the time. Very punk rock kind of feel. I love the billboards in the back. The confetti. I think this one's with the moonlight. Then we have this one. I think your second one is definitely your strongest option. If you're looking for some kind of foreground elements here, right? Like you have plenty of color. I would consider the pocket item. You see these right here? These are the V8 gas station fragments. You get them from Time Bending. These can be really good like stage props. I mean, you can even include a guitar if you wanted to. You don't have to. But I think that would allow you to have, you know, something kind of breaking up your foreground. That way it's not the visual effects and the dance floor tiles like all the way back. There's also different guitars. I don't know if you have the dark brown one. Ralph on the drums is really fun. I like the fire coming up behind you. The confetti. This has a really good concert feel. So out of your current snaps, Snoko, I think this is definitely the strongest. I think this has a lot of potential. Lots of energy with the characters in the back. And I think you got a great pose here. Even the expression you have on, you know, it really looks like you're performing. So, wonderful job with the avatar. Very fun outfit. Very energetic and colorful scene. Lots of good Y2K feels here. With, like, you know, the Y2K marquee as the backdrop. A lot of the outfit options. Yeah, this is strong. This is strong. I think this has a lot of potential. Suli said, hi, Sabai. Sorry, but not feeling this week's snap. Not my favorite week. I think I'm on theme, but not really sure. Yeah, you know, this has like a... One of my lights is flickering. What the heck? I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's bugging me. Oh well. I might need to buy a new adapter for that light. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, it's on theme. It's on theme. You know, you have the listen here CD stands. You got a little concert feel. The tube top fits with the Y2K fashion. I think out of the poses, I think I like this one the most, where you're kind of leaning towards the mic. Woody sitting on the luggage is pretty fun. Vanellope has a good Y2K feel, so she's good to have there. But yeah, considering you weren't feeling the theme, I think this is a decent snap. It has a shot at 4K. You know, there's a lot of concert snaps that kind of go over the top and they're like really, really strong and they built out like a really big scene. They'll be more competitive than this, but you're not guaranteed to match up against those. Overall, it's colorful, it's energetic, it's got a good Y2K feel. So it could definitely work for you, could definitely work. You know, I talked about the luggage in my example scene. And the reason we were using the luggage in my foreground is because we were on the red carpet. We were arriving to the venue. That was the story we were telling. But it doesn't, you know, it's not the same if you put it on stage, right? Because you're on stage performing. I mean, it could be band equipment, you know. Could be the, like, band cases, which totally works. And I do really like Woody sitting on it, so that's pretty fun. Mama Duke says, someone who feels pop culture peaked in the 90s. This challenge gave me a severe case of snapper's block. Cleverness escaped me this week, so I'm hoping vibrancy can carry me. Well, it is very, very vibrant. Some great colors here. It's a very crisp scene. And you're playing up some, like, very key Y2K elements, like the Hannah Montana pillow. The avatar customization here is really good. I like the floating music notes right here. You know, what could be fun is maybe a little music motif. You know, the swirly little music motif coming out of the jukebox. That could be fun. But, you know, it would just go right over top of this, which wouldn't be ideal. Unless you kind of angled it differently. But yeah, we have like the Hannah Montana little fashion shelf back here. We got a lot of posters. So it does have a really good Y2K feel. And not only do I think your vibrancy will carry you, but again, when it comes to indoor scenes, voters love balance. And one thing you're doing very well here is balance. You have the exact same amount of weight on each wall. Like the fact that we see about the same amount of wall on each side. Very nice, very nice. And I love Mochi here. You know, if you did want to do anything else, you don't need to bring in a ton of villagers. But I think just Vanellope would work really well here if you wanted to make this a tiny bit more competitive. Because you're listening to music, you have these like tunes going, and Vanellope does like a little jig, you know, she does a little dance. And she wears all these baggy clothes that work really well for the Y2K era. And you kind of have a perfect spot for her, like right here. So, you know, if you wanted to reshoot, you could just go grab Vanellope, hang out with her, bring her in here, stop hanging out with her, then use your toggle, set up the exact same scene, and just throw Vanellope in there. Now you have a little bit of villager presence, you have a great shot of Mochi, you got a very Y2K inspired room. So, yeah. I think with the balance, with the lighting, with the color, with all the posters, and all, you know, these Y2K references and the fashion, I think it has a good shot. I think it has a good shot at 4K for sure. And that's coming from somebody that, you know, for the most part, avoided people kind of stay away from bedrooms. But this one is actually really strong. Mama Bear Games, I'm a little nervous, but this was fun. Stepping back into my era. I also want to note I am in the process of moving, for my gameplay is on my Steam Deck, and that is all I'm using for now. Okay. So we have a boy band kind of scene here. Okay, cool, cool. I love your outfit. Like that you're leaning into the mic here. You got the little music notes. Flynn looks great here. So, we've talked about the strengths. Let's talk about where this could get more competitive. Why all this empty grass and field back here? Let me ask you this. Where do boy bands and iconic girl groups perform? In populated areas. That's the answer. Populated areas. Tours. Whenever a big band goes on tours, they're going to Dallas. They're going to Chicago. You know, they're going to Portland. They're going to Los Angeles. They're going to Charlotte. They're going to Maryland. You know, they're going. They tour around the states and they go to these big cities. So instead of just having an empty grass field back here, you know, why not just throw a big building back here? You know, throw a couple big buildings in the back. That'll help fill out your backdrop a little bit. And I would avoid the grass. You know, it kind of eliminates this feeling like... It makes it feel more like a movie set, less like a movie scene. But yeah, the villagers are good. I think this is fun. Danielle, my first attempt at the challenge. Second is in the comments. Okay, so you have this one. And this one. Well, you filled out the corners much better in the second one. So these corners down here are empty. You're kind of far away from the camera. Now here, you're closer to the camera. You filled out the corners a bit better. Now you have like a city vibe back here, which is great. You could, instead of the trees here, you could do some more buildings behind the billboard. I would. And I also have another building right here. You know, if we want to give this a city feel, we should probably do more than 3 buildings. I would just do the whole backdrop with buildings here. Then you have the concert stage right here. It's kind of in the road there, so maybe it's kind of like a street concert. You could put a stage behind, you know, the curtains. There's like red curtain stage. You can put it behind the night show stage. And then for your villagers, it looks like you're just placing them with the toggle, and that's it. So you're not looking at their different animations, their different poses. So are you the pop star? Is that the idea? Because you have these red rails here. What are they there for? Is it because you're the star of the show arriving and this is your luggage? If so, we should have some villagers here cheering. Like, do we need this table with these records on it? Or would it be better to have like a bunch of villagers jumping and cheering here? And when you do place your villagers, you're already doing the time-consuming part of like moving them and dropping them where you need them. But you're skipping out on the most important part and a pretty easy part where you cycle through their different animations and you get them to do something that tells a story with the scene. You just have them all doing their standard poses. Just kind of, you know, Anna's about to get hit by a bus. Mickey's here. Rapunzel's here. And then we have Minnie over here. And they're all just kind of in their default poses. So you have these rails here. You can just have villagers cheering on both sides. You can have Ralph in his tuxedo as your bodyguard. There's some cool stuff you could do here. Fancy Clam, I really hope this one's good enough to submit because it took me forever to get Daisy to sit in that specific chair while she takes her call. Yeah, it's fun to see Daisy on the old school phone. That's pretty cool. And considering a lot of your lights are off, like these star lights can be super impactful if they're on. Considering a lot of them are off, you still have pretty good lighting in here. The character lighting here is nice. But yeah, the Hannah Montana pillows. Yeah, overall, it's a solid room. You know, if you're gonna do a bedroom, I think the Hannah Montana direction is, like, very safe. Because there's just a lot of, like, Y2K references in that. Good details in your foreground. And yeah, Daisy on the old school phone's pretty cool. And we got some fun detail in the ceilings here. Yeah, overall, it's solid. I'm glad you added another Hannah Montana lounge chair, because I think that pillow is pretty important here. But yeah, I like the little orbs on the side. Overall, it's solid. And the best thing about it is the balance, you know? You're looking right at the middle of the room. You're highlighting a lot of the room. It could be cool to see it with this light on as well. But then these hanging lights will activate, and they're going to make it really bright here at the front. So if you did want to turn the starlight on, it might be worth it to find something else for the foreground up here at the top if you take that route. Crafty Joe. All right, we got this one, and we got this one. So one thing I would recommend here, Crafty Joe, is to increase your room size a little bit. Your room kind of feels like a rectangle, and it feels pretty small compared to some of the other rooms we've seen highlighted. I do like that you brought Minnie in here, but I think Vanellope would work even better. But the room itself has a good Y2K feel. But I can't really tell what kind of room it is. Like, is it a bedroom? If so, where do you sleep? Oh, wait, I think I see it. It's behind you. Yeah, there's the bed. Might be worth moving the... Yeah, this is why I think you should make the room bigger. Your room is like a kind of an awkward rectangle shape. And most of these bedrooms are very square. That gives you a lot more space to work with. You see how the walls are a bit further out here than yours? What's nice about this, Crafty Joe, is if you do this, you're not going to have to rebuild the whole room. You can just take this room, expand it out, and then that's going to allow you, you'll have to just move some of your items back to the right and back to the left. It's going to give you a little bit more room to work with. And then you'll be able to highlight that bedroom feel a little bit better, I think. But yeah, I think if you want to do well with just a bedroom scene, I think the ones that are going to perform really well are the ones that play up the Hannah Montana vibes, for one. And then number two are going to be these Y2K themed bedrooms that really play up like the posters and, like this CD item. This is very Y2K. CDs were a 2000s year thing. Here we see the Hannah Montana pillow right towards the front, and another direct Y2K reference. And then we have like these orb lights. But most notably, you see how the walls are a bit further out here, which really allows them to, highlight more posters on the back wall. We see their bed very clearly here. So, take a look at what Mama Dukes is doing here. Mama Dukes is very consistent when it comes to Dreamsnap performance. Evan Star Aria, I'm trying to decide between these outfits. I don't have this week's Star Path. I wasted my limited moonstones on the disappointing meteor shower instead this week. Instead of the Star Path? So, Aria, I'm going to be honest with you. Hopefully you'll never make this mistake in the future. If you have to choose between the Star Path or any one particular premium item, always choose the Star Path. The Star Paths, you actually get a bunch of your moonstones back. So each page gives you moonstones. So you make a lot of them back. And on top of that, you're talking a little over 2,000 moonstones for a whole bunch of decor and a whole bunch of wardrobe stuff. I would highly recommend always getting the Star Paths, even if you have to pass on premium stuff, because you can pin items like the shooting stars. So I hope you never make that mistake again, because that's rough, my friend. That's rough. You do have a good outfit for the challenge, though. I mean, you do have the little tube top. That's in the Star Path. Was it not the premium path? Because I know there's some stuff you get for free. I don't have this week's... I don't know what you mean by this week's Star Path. I wasted my limited moonstones on the meteor shower this week. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by this week's Star Path. The Star Paths are like season passes, not really a weekly thing. But I'm assuming you're saying that you didn't get the premium version of the Star Path. I don't know. I mean, I think this outfit could work good, but if you want to have a really good Y2K feel, this top with just a regular pink pleated skirt from the Scrooge shop, the pink pleated shirt and this top, I don't know about the fedora really. I don't know if that is super necessary here. But you do have great colors. I'd say between your two shots, I kind of like this one more, where the golden effect from that Encanto item is a little more tame, so we get more of an emphasis on the visual effect item. But in terms of your outfit, this pink pleated skirt is a Scrooge shop item. This pink leopard print top is a Scrooge shop item. So this is the skirt I'm talking about. It works really good with the top you have. Or you could use it with this top. That particular jacket you have, I mean, it can work. And yeah, I like the colors from your smoke bombs here. Another thing I would bring up here is that the Y2K era... Hey, Wings of a Daydream, thank you, my friend, thank you. Appreciate the big 450 jewels. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. A big 225 added to today's goal. 2469 plus 225 equals 2694. Thank you, thank you. So something that was really big in the Y2K era, Aria, would be boy bands and girl bands. So like, you know, Spice Girls, Destiny's Child, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. So instead of like two couples behind you, you could focus on a girl group. You know, you can just have Jasmine, Tiana, Ariel, like, singing behind you. Could be fun, could be fun. Could play up that, you know, girl group feel that was so big in the 2000s. Miss Spock, thank you for the 75. Miss Spock's got to fix the goal. Yeah, you got to get that 69 on there. Now we're at 2769. Thank you, thank you. Lisa said, thanks for taking a look. I'm undecided about using the sunglasses or not. Okay. Yeah, and this one, you kind of have this visual effect thing clipping right into Vanellope. And this one, we get to see her a little bit better. Got some good Y2K references in here. Number one, the fashion, very strong. Vanellope has a good Y2K feel. These two billboards work really well. I like the colors from the smoke bombs. Ralph looks kind of like a bodyguard here. Though for the scene, I'm not entirely sure of like the story being told. Are you performing? Like you're the performer? And if you are, like, what's Gothel's role? Like, Belle is here, but she's behind, you know, and what are the ribbons for? Like, if this is your band stage, you know, why are the ribbons dividing you from the stage? I mean, overall, like, it's got good color, and I think you got some great Y2K references, and you got a great outfit, even the rock and roll fox. So I think it has a decent shot at 4K, you know, with the way you've put it together so far. But I do think you have an opportunity here, you know, like with the space on the left and right, you could play up some big crowds. And instead of having, you know, you can have people cheering and jumping. You know, you can get it very animated. Like everyone's watching the show and they're like, you know, they're at this concert and they're very energetic. Like, right now, Gaston's kind of just flexing. Ariel's like, hey. You know, but, like, villagers like Moana will jump up and cheer. Joy will jump up and cheer. You know, you have some great villagers that could really hype up this concert and make your story a bit more clear. And you already have great color and a great outfit. You could keep the shades if you want. I don't think they're going to hurt. But they're also not entirely necessary, so it's just kind of personal preference there. I think getting this scene a bit more energetic and really playing up some crowds to the left and right of the stage would help make this scene able to compete with some of the other strong concert venue scenes. Sabelina. Oh, very cool, very cool. Love the rock and roll vibes. Now, it's a very simple snap for you this week, Lena. Usually you do things that, you know, have a bit more detail in a backdrop, but I actually really like the fact that the wall's just like a straight black. Because, like, the textures of the photo frame come out really good here. Yo, Fallen Angel, thank you for the big 200 bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. But yeah, I love the drum set here, the guitars, and your style is, like, really Y2K. Like, this is fun. I really like the hair, too. The pyro boxes in the back are awesome. So, yeah, you know, again, snap performance isn't tied into, like, how many hours you put into your snap. Simple concepts like this get 4K all the time. So, I think you played up the strategy well here. You know, you really focused on the fashion and the kind of rock and roll vibes of Y2K, and it really comes through here. Ultimately, you know, performance on this will just depend on what you pop up against. There's a lot of snaps that have, like, you know, more depth of field and villagers and stuff, but voters do love simple. So I think this has a great shot at 4K, and I really like the way you designed it. And, I mean, you could have a villager in the back on the DJ booth, but I don't know. I kind of like that it's like a lone shot of the avatar here. The frame really sells this, too. It really gives it a good Y2K vibe. But, yeah, very fun. Very fun for a simple snap. Crystal Bell says so many people were going with a stage scene, so I went a different route with an arcade instead. I mean, I would say arcades and concerts are, like, equally popular this week. So I don't know why you'd have to clarify there. You know, like, I'm doing an arcade. I think some of the most popular and some of the best snaps we've seen so far, you know, arcade. You know, there's some great arcades out there. Another arcade here. So half the snaps in the tier 3s are arcades. And then I think we have one concert, 2 concerts. And then there's some that are like, you know, here's another arcade. So this week, it's a toss-up of pretty common themes. Concerts, musical performances is one of them. Arcades is number 2. And number 3 would be Y2K bedrooms. Those are the 3 most common snaps this week. So I wouldn't really think you're going a different route by going an arcade. That's, you know, that's not really different. It's common this week. But it's a good thing to do. You know, you should never let what everyone else is doing dictate what you choose to do. So if you submit a snap to me and you say, I'm doing this because everyone else was doing this, I'm always going to say, hey, that's not the best way to approach it. You want to do what is going to work best for you. So hopefully that's why you did this. Hopefully you're not doing this just because you're seeing concerts. Because, again, these are also very common. I bought all the new clothing, but decided to go with a male character on this one once again to be different. And maybe I'll snap will stand out a bit more. Oh, my God, we're not doing this again already. Right after the last sentence I read. Oh, my gosh. Okay, let me give you guys a juicy little nugget. A juicy little nugget of truth here. Every snap is unique. And it's not you versus everyone else all at once. Dream snaps are 1v1. Over and over and over. Yo, Fim! Thank you, my friend! Thank you! Fim coming in with the very generous dono.
Thanks for another great review.
Appreciate
you so much.
I loved your arcade build, Fim. I'm planning on doing one myself because it's just it ties directly into my personal Y2K. I was actually really, really good at DDR. I had a group of 3 friends and we all played like religiously. So I got to do an arcade this week because, you know, the main reason I'm going to be doing an arcade is because I just wanted to prioritize my Y2K over, you know, concerts will be fun. I did a concert for my example scene. But that's because we got a lot of good concert items this week. But with the release of Ralph, we also got really good arcade stuff, and that's why arcades are so popular as well. And thank you, my friend. We are now at 4069. That is very, very, very kind of you. Greatly appreciate that, Fim. Thank you for always supporting this channel. You know, means the world to me. Thank you so much. And yeah, amazing snap this week. Loved your arcade scene. So, you know, I understand wanting your snap to stand out, but you see, that's kind of a misconception for a lot of people. Again, if snaps worked a different way, like let's say this is how voting worked. Let's say you went to vote and like 160 snaps popped up and you had to pick 5. Well, yeah, you would need to find some kind of way to really stand out in order to do well. But the only person you have to stand out more than is your opponent, right? So when it comes to Dream Snaps, we're all doing the same theme. So let's look at Summer Street Festival. Well, the concept for this challenge was to make a summer street festival. So a lot of snaps had outfits like this. A lot of snaps had the popsicles. Almost everybody that had them was utilizing summer dream styles. What do you think performed better? Snaps that were doing all of these things, or snaps that weren't? Now, snaps that weren't would by default be very different. But different doesn't automatically mean, oh, that's not like anything else I've seen, I need to pick it. Voters are looking for the theme. That's what they care about. They also care about the overall beauty of your snap. So your lighting, your angling, your framing, all of that is going to impact performance. I have been doing snaps for a long time, and I have never approached a theme thinking, oh, I have to do something different so I stand out. Because I know that's not necessary. You're going to stand out if you make a good photo. Because, I mean, you can go vote. I don't even have to tell you this. You probably know it. Most of what you see when you vote is random selfies, random quest photos, snaps that are on theme, but very little effort. You know, not the best lighting, random items strewn about, empty fields of grass. If you want to stand out, just put in effort. That's it. If you put in effort, you're going to stand out. Because less than 5% of snaps are very high quality. So regardless of how you choose to do the theme, if you want to stand out, just make a good scene. That's it. That's the big key. That's the big secret. If you're trying to get 4K, you really, really don't need to rely on, I need to look at what everybody else is doing and then make sure I do something different. That way, people will pick me. No, it's just going to be 1v1. And whether or not people pick an arcade versus a concert, let's say an arcade and a concert pop up against each other. When it comes to which one gets the pick, most voters are genuinely just going to weigh the two options. They're both on theme, and they're going to decide who to vote on based on which scene is better. In terms of lighting, in terms of storytelling, in terms of composition, that's how most people decide their vote. And I know this because I've ran polls on this. I've talked to thousands of players. There are people online that'll say, well, I won't vote for that because I just saw everybody doing it. I saw somebody say that the other day about the eco-friendly fun challenge. You know, they were talking about how everybody was using the new eco buildings. But guess what snaps were all over the place in the top 100? The ones with eco-friendly buildings. Because most people are just looking for the theme. And if you put thought and effort into your snap, you are going to stand out. especially if you have a good understanding of how to build a scene, you're going to stand out. This one was top 100, right? So many people did jungle this week. So many people did jungle for Fabled Relic. So here I am with a jungle scene in the top 100. Well, but how did I stand out? Everybody was doing jungle. How did I stand out? By doing jungle. It's because it's not the setting that makes you stand out. It's how well you build the scene. So there were a lot of jungle snaps out there, yeah, but none like this. I have Flynn stuck in a spider web. Pumbaa's worried about him. Timon, me, and Donald see our Fabled Relic here at the front. Sully is lurking out of the smoke as Jafar tries to steal a relic. Gaston is facing off against Scar, who's trying to sneak up behind us to take the relic for himself. And the lighting is very strong here. So, this stood out somehow. But by the logic I see a lot of people using, this should not stand out. Because it's just another jungle scene in a sea of jungle scenes. There's tens of thousands of jungle scenes, so how could you possibly stand out with just another jungle scene? They're all different, guys. They're all different, unless somebody is just copying a snap piece by piece. They're going to be different scenes. They're going to be using villagers in different ways. So when you guys submit for review, if your decision-making is based off of what everybody else is doing, don't even include that when you submit. Just don't even tell me that, because every week I hear that from so many people, and every week I go on the same rant about how it's entirely unnecessary. Especially because I can tell from Crystal Bell's work that she's more than capable of standing out, even if she were doing the same thing everybody else is doing. Even if Crystal Bell did a concert, look at how good this arcade is. Crystal Bell's concert would likely be better than 99% of the concerts out there. So, there are so many ways to stand out. And also, when it comes to the male versus female avatar, I mean, also by that logic, you should just use the male every week. Because about 90% of the Dreamsnaps out there are always female. So if Dreamsnaps is all about being different and standing out against everybody, then wouldn't you just use the male every week? So when it comes to choosing which avatar to use, I use both. It just depends on what I'm trying to create. I don't look at what everybody else is doing and let that be the driving factor by what I choose to build. I come up with the concept, I read the theme, I clarify everything. If anything I'm not sure about, I'll Google it. Like I looked up a lot of Y2K fashion this week. But for Hooked on Dreamsnaps, you know, it's a pirate challenge. It's Hooked on Dreamsnaps, so kind of references Captain Hook. So I'm going to use the male avatar to make a Captain Hook cosplay. And then for, you know, anytime, usually when I do cowboys, like if I'm doing a Wild West scene, I'll usually use my male avatar. I'm not using the male because I'm seeing everybody else use females, and I'm like, oh, I got to use the male. That way I can stand out. No. Your snaps will stand out if you make a good quality snap. So in the case of this one, Crystal Bell, this is very, very good, and it's going to stand out even if it's against other arcade snaps. And the reason why it's going to stand out is because you have really, really good color, you have a really good villager animation, you have a great outfit. All of these factors compiling is what helps a Dreamsnap stand out. And I think that case, is even more clear because there's a lot of arcade snaps this week. So this is not even different, If you'd have done something totally outside the box that nobody else was doing, then I would feel like, yeah, I guess you're just really trying to be super different. But again, every week, guys, we're all doing the same theme. So when you decide what kind of dream snap to make, please do not let other people determine that. Read the theme, define the theme, and make what you want to make. But don't let it be determined by others. Crystal Bell said, this is my first time submitting for a review, so I appreciate your time. Very nice. Well, sorry for ranting on you for your first time, but since it's your first review ever, that's probably why you included that, because I think a lot of people out there that submit for review, a lot of those people already know. They already know that I tend to push back very heavily when I see that. So now you know. But yeah, don't ever let anybody anybody else's snap determine what you make. And again, performance is in no way, shape, or form tied to being different from everybody else. Every snap is different. Just to drive this home here, let's look at our arcade snaps, right? They're all very unique. They all have completely different outfits. They have completely different composition in terms of how they place things, where they place things, the art on the walls. We had a really good one from... We reviewed it on Friday, but it had the recording filter, and she was playing air hockey at the front. So everybody's doing different poses. They're doing different animations. They have different villagers. They have different compositions. So every snap is going to be different. Unless you're just copying somebody else's snap. That's the only case in which they're going to be very similar. But there's, like I said, there's a lot of arcades out there this week. But you'll stand out regardless. Because you have exceptional color. You have great lighting. And that's how you stand out. Not by avoiding certain takes on the theme. Because again, every single challenge is it's going to be a series of 1v1s. So there's going to be a bunch of 1v1 voting rounds. You'll be up against concerts. You'll be up against other arcades. Since we're all doing the same theme, each week in the voting phase, you're somewhat likely to pop up against at least a handful of photos that took a similar approach as you. That's why you should just focus on making sure you have strong lighting, making sure you have good storytelling. All of these things is how you win your 1v1 matchups. Overall, very strong snap. We've already talked about the strengths here. Very good lighting, very good color, great saturation. Some good animation with the visual effects, with the motif. And Vanellope is exceptionally strong here. I also really like the fact that you're not using a ton of villagers. You're only highlighting Vanellope, which is perfect because Vanellope alone has really, really good Y2K style. Sure, there are others like Ralph could, but you don't really have space for him, and I would not crowd the scene. You already have like really good color and displays in the back. So yeah, I think this has a very high likelihood at 4K because it's a well-made snap. Has nothing to do with the fact that it's not a concert. Beautiful job, Crystal Bell. Beautiful job. Tag Bunny says, I feel like the bottom right corner is empty, but in reality, Joy is pushed up as close to the camera as I could get her. But I think the camera angle and having her jump is making her look further away. Anyway, is this a huge issue or not so much? I feel like the bottom right corner is empty, but in reality, Joy's push-up is close to the camera as I could get her. What does that have to do with the bottom right corner, though, Tag Bunny? I'm a little confused there. You said, I feel like the bottom right corner is empty, but in reality, Joy is pushed up as close to the camera as I could get her. But Joy is center. Even jumping up, that means she's standing right about here. So she's standing at the base of the foreground. So that doesn't really have much to do with this spot here. And if you wanted something in this spot here, you know, if you don't want to add... If you don't want more decor here because you don't want to block Buzz, you don't want to, you know, clutter the scene with more items, you could do another villager. Like somebody like Stitch could be fun. Just could occupy that pocket. Or you can use a small pocket item like the V8 fragment. That could work as well. Yo, Author, thank you for the resub, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you for that beautiful tier 3 sub. Very kind of you, brother. Very kind. And you're using the third camera mode, the free mode here. I think you have great style. Mike is kind of biting your leg here. He's clipping into you a little bit. What if instead of Mike, we had Vanellope? Right, Vanellope has a really good Y2K feel. And in this corner, you can use a V8 fragment or... I mean, there's tons of other little items you can use. Overall, I think it's solid. Though, compared to some other arcade scenes, there's a lot of arcade scenes out there that give us a really good look into the arcade. And in your particular snap here, Tag Bunny, since you're in free mode and you're kind of looking at a corner of the room, you know, we get this section here. I do love the lights from the disco ball coming down. I think that's really fun. And I love that you got the music notes in here. So I'd say it's fair. I think it's a very strong snap. You know, I think it's a really good looking arcade build. Though I don't know if it's a great option to have the exact same floor as the walls here. Like, what if you had the futuristic floor? In particular, there's one that comes up quite a bit in arcade builds this week. This floor here. Now, they have some yellow lights hitting it here, which I wouldn't recommend, because I think when you can just see the tech floor by itself, it looks really good. There's also these inside-out rugs that have really wonderful color, and they have a really good arcade feel. So what you can do with this snap here, Tag Bunny, is... Oh, you do have the rug back here. You could try a different floor versus the wall, just to give the room a little bit more diversity. And then I would try to do something in this bottom right-hand corner. You know, could be decor, could be another villager. I'd probably lean more towards decor, though, because you have so many, you know, you have enough villagers. Also, why is Ursula here? I just noticed Ursula is, like, clipping into the ground. Why not hide Ursula? Because you can just toggle her off. You can just turn her off, Tag Bunny. You don't have to have her there. Lindy says, I'm newish to the stream. Oh, yes, Lindy. Yeah, we met, like, last week. I think you said you'd been lurking for a couple weeks, but you were chatting with us. I think you were here when we played Cult of the Lamb. I'm newish to the stream, so this is my first time being subbed and doing this, but eager to hear your thoughts. I didn't have the Star House, but I tried to work with the concert stuff I did have. Thank you. All right, all right. Yeah, you definitely don't need, by no means do you need the Y2K marquee. Well, I like the city vibes for the build. Somebody behind the DJ booth could be very fun here. Now, I know you probably want to make sure this is visible, but you can use instead of somebody really big, you can use maybe somebody like Summer Merlin. Could be very fun right there. If you don't have him, there's plenty of fun villagers you could use behind the DJ booth. If you were okay with using a big one, you could use Ralph, but you'd have to move him back a little bit further so we can still see some of the details here. I would scoot the avatar back a tiny bit. You want to be close to the avatar, right? Like, that's something I do quite often. But a good rule of thumb is at, when they're really close, a little bit of space between the top of their head and the top of the frame. This is about as close as I get, unless I'm trying to split the scene with the avatar's body. That's the only time I'll take everything all the way to the top. Aside from that, almost always a little bit of space. It ensures that the avatar is close enough to give really good visibility on the avatar customization, but also provides plenty of real estate around the scene for us to see, around and behind the avatar. And in your case, if you did move back just a tiny bit, we'd see more of your fit. And we could probably see, we could see a little bit more in the DJ booth. We'll see the scene a little bit better. My other recommendation here is, since you're using the visual effects animations, wonderful item, but it's going to pop visually when laid over top of something darker. So instead of the candy color pathing here, if you did the Perfect Romance star path, just using the gray brick path, the worn brick path from the Perfect Romance will play well with the city vibe. And these visual effects, their colors are going to come through really well there. Now for your smoke bombs in the back, these are very good for a stage backdrop. So I definitely think they're great to use here. Though when it comes to Dream Snaps, and when it comes to what we see in 4K, like what consistently performs very well, what's popping up in 4K week after week after week, vibrant colors tend to do very well. So when your snap has a lot of vibrancy, that's really what helps it stand out. The eyes are drawn to that color. So I would avoid the pale colors and embrace the vibrant colors. That's why all of these snaps of mine that you're seeing, they're all very vibrant. Typically, even if I'm using the sunset time of day, yo, Gypsy, hello, my friend, hello. And thank you for the resub, Gypsy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great to have you. 39 months now. My goodness, my goodness. Vibrancy really, really helps when it comes to Dream Snaps. So you'll notice in most of my snaps, I never really have an abundance of white unless, marble plays a big role into the theme or something like that. There's always a lot of bold color. And this often leads me to a very high rank among, many other people here. So if you were to, if you want to use these smoke bombs, there are some great bold colors you can use on these smoke bombs just to give it a very colorful backdrop. If you want to keep with like the pink and purple vibe, you can go with there is like a darker pink color if you cycle through them. There's also a purple, which could tie well with your like purple koi balloons here. And to really bring out the color, I almost always perform a saturation boost with my camera toggle every week. If it's the sunset time of day, I usually only boost saturation by 0.2 or 0.3 at the most, because the sunset with the sun behind the camera already gives a very good, very strong natural saturation. So a point or two higher is going to just, make it very vibrant. Now with the midday lighting, like if it's not sunset, the lighting kind of whitewashes things a bit more. So in the daytime hours that are not sunset, I typically go with a 0.6 saturation boost. Almost, 2 to 3 times higher. Because the midday lighting just whitewashes a lot of the colors. You don't get that strong natural saturation. So what I'm getting at here, going back to your photo, if you were to add some fun, choose a color other than the very pale pink, and if you were to swap out your path down here so that these visual effects really pop, and then you turned around and slightly boosted your saturation, you can get a lot of vibrancy here. But you can take saturation too far if you're not careful. That's why I was trying to specify, where I would usually keep it. Sunset time of day, if the sun is behind the camera and you already have that good natural saturation, 0.2, 0.3 is all you're going to need. Usually 0.2. If you're not at sunset time of day, colors are a bit more whitewashed. In that case, you can go all the way up to 0.6. So, final thoughts here, Lindy. Final thoughts. I would move the avatar back just a hair, just so we can see overhead here, and get a little bit more real estate with the backdrop, while still giving this great, view of the avatar. And I would choose a ground texture that's going to allow these visual effects to really shine. So, a little bit of a darker note under those. And then I would find a fun color for your smoke bombs. I mean, you can even do multiple colors if you want. You can do like the green, the orange, the purple, the blue. Like you can just have all these fun colors in the back. Or you can just make them all one solid color if you want. And then once all that's done, a slight saturation boost would be great. With all the space around you, if you wanted a villager presence, you could have a villager behind the DJ booth. You could have, a villager here kind of posing with the guitar, like they're kind of part of your band. They're your guitarist, you're the singer, lots of ways you can play it up. But I do like the crowd back here. Looking good, Lindy, looking good. Now, Varia, wow, beautiful. This is exactly what I meant with the smoke bombs. Very nice. Look at all these rich colors we're getting. We have blue, we have green, we have yellow. And I love the pyro box is kind of shining through the confetti. Great style on the avatar. Great pose with the microphone here. Stitch is jamming out. I love Merlin on the drums. I almost missed him. I don't know if you can get him any closer, but he is super fun. That might be about as close as he can get. And then you got Eric with the flute here. Kristoff also has like a little ukulele or like a small instrument. If you wanted Kristoff instead. But if you want to keep Eric with the flute, that's fine. It's just if you want to go with 2 guitars in the scene. Totally up to you. But yeah, great shot of the avatar here. And here we see a darker path combined with the visual effects. I'm glad it was in the very next snap, because a lot of the things we were talking about here for Lindy, we see with yours. So this is how the visual effects looks laid over a lighter path. And then we see it here laid over a darker path. And it really shines here. Like it really comes out color-wise. You're also using the vibrant colors of the smoke bombs. And you have enhanced saturation. So yeah, very solid now, Varia, very solid. Glitterell, Hannah Montana wasn't really my vibe, so I worked with what I had. I'm not mad at how it turned out. Would love to hear your thoughts. Alrighty. So you're going with the concert route. I like the motif on the pant leg. That's kind of fun. My biggest recommendation for you here is this stage really necessary? If you don't have anything you could put on it, it just makes it feel empty, and you can just make your own stage. Like if you didn't have this here, it's already a stage because you've put these dance tiles down. And then that way you could actually put, you could use things like the DJ booth. You can have a villager on the DJ booth. There's some fun things you can do there. But with the stage, what makes this stage strong in particular is that it's a giant table. And if you are lucky enough to have access to the Night Show Starpath instruments, they can actually go on that table. So there's like the electric guitars, the drums, stuff like that. But the stage behind you is pretty much empty. And you're also, not on it in any way. I do like the texture of it, though. Like, it's got a fun texture. Backdrop is nice. Love the city feel. I love the billboard here in the top right. I also, like I said, I really like the motif here. Only thing is, with the mic where it is, it doesn't look quite like you're performing. Maybe if we moved a little closer. The best thing here is that the challenge did specify to create a colorful, energetic scene. And I think you've done that very well. It is both colorful and energetic. And I think you got some good Y2K feels with the outfit, with the lighting, with Vanellope. But if you have any of those instruments that can go on the stage, or the stage lights that can go on the stage, occupying this stage a little bit could be great. Otherwise, you could just do away with it and have backup dancers behind you. There's some real opportunity here with all this space. But even without changes, I think this has a good shot at 4K. Color's good, energy's good. Lee Squeak says, I didn't have moonstones for big purchases this week, so I'm with items I already had. I was also a huge nerd in high school and wasn't in touch with much style, but with a little help from Facebook, I think I pulled something together. Cool for Y2K. Okay. Well, when it comes to, eras that you're not really in tune with, Lee, I would just recommend Google, I would just, Google Y2K fashion, Google Y2K trends, and then look at images. You'll always find some good insight into the challenges. The top here works really well for the Y2K vibes, so it looks like you went in the concert direction. Very fun. I love the poses with the microphones. This is very nice for these two. I do think you have a lot of opportunity with your smoke bombs. It looks like you just placed them and left them on the default colors. I love the light reflection back here, though, on these New Year's banners. That looks really good. But imagine this photo with the more vibrant colors for your smoke bombs, and you can also diversify those colors. There's a lot of potential there. You could add some fun color to the scene. I like how it looks like the hair is blowing in the wind here. I would also get Now, since you have the smoke bombs, that also means you have the lower ones. So there's a smoke bomb that goes up, and there's a smoke bomb that goes sideways. You see how we can see this grass back here? And then we have these gaps in the smoke bombs? Not only would I recommend, like, choosing some vibrant colors for these smoke bombs, but I would also use the sideways smoke bombs to kind of fill out the left and fill out the right, just so we don't see the grass here. And I would try to find something fun for your foreground. There's some great options. Again, these V8 gas station fragments, very good. You know, little pocket items. One on the left, one on the right. Could be really good to frame up the shot. And yeah, you really don't need much premium stuff this week. I mean, I'm going to be doing an arcade scene myself, as are many other people. And I don't think I'm really going to use any premium stuff there. And even when it comes to most of these concerts, most of the concerts I've seen are like they don't have the marquee house, you know. Some of them are indoors. A lot of them are just using StarPath items. Katie Elisa. Very fun, Katie, very fun. So you're kind of a pop star, an idol, arriving here. We got like a little red carpet. We got your car. And you got your luggage off to the side. We have all your fans cheering. Very cool. We got some good neon lights here. There's a ticket booth. So it looks like there's going to be a show. And back here, I think we can kind of see the concert venue. So very cool. My recommendation here would be to try to bring out the vibrancy a little bit more. As we've discussed, you know, when it comes to the 4K range, voters tend to gravitate towards very vibrant scenes. And we've already touched on the saturation slider, so I won't get too into that. Sunset time of day, I would go to 0.2 to 0.3. Midday lighting, I would go to 0.6. I pretty much always do this, personally. And so do most of our top performers. Beyblade, Mama Dukes, Sunshine. They, you know, GG, Bobs. These people practically live in 4K. And you'll see that they're using this approach pretty much every week. Same with like Dakai. Look at how vibrant and bold the colors are. That's what helps these snaps really stand out in the 1v1s. Same with Fim. Now here's Sunshine, you know. Look at these very vibrant colors throughout the scene. Now I'm not saying you have to do daytime like this or build your scene this exact way. You can keep the exact same scene that you have right now, Katie. But by reducing the vignette slider a little bit, right now, you're on the default vignette. So even if vignette hasn't been touched, it's actually on automatically. So if you're noticing some very dark corners, if you want a vignette border on, but you don't want it as strong, you can set it to -22, -25. That's going to be about half of this. And the other thing would be to increase your saturation. You can get some more color out of your outfit. You can get some more color out of the aurora. So you can make this picture a bit more vibrant that way. But yeah, great storytelling with the idol and the fans. He said, thanks for taking a look. Oh, we already did Lisa's. I don't know why we popped up back there. Beyblade. Hi, Sam. I just have one for review. Would love your thoughts and input on my currently submitted. Wow, very nice, Beyblade. We were just talking about you, by the way. Beautiful coloration here. Look at those vibrant colors. Also, I love how particular you were with your villagers. Everybody has such good stage presence. Like, you know, we're not seeing Flynn. We're not seeing villagers that just look like they're dressed normally or dressed like an adventurer. We're seeing villagers that look like they belong on stage. Like Ariel looks like a backup dancer. Jasmine's hitting a dance. She looks like a backup dancer. Minnie with the mermaid fit. Mickey with the rock and roll fit. Great stage presence. Sully with this pose. Always good for a DJ booth. You know, DJ's like pointing out to the crowd. Ralph with the suit. Also very good for the DJ set. And then we have these nice neon lights in the back with the recording booths flipped around. We have the stage lights. We have spirit water curtains. We have fireworks. And then we have the Y2K venue. And once again, we see the visual effects, but they're over top a darker backdrop. That's why the colors here look so good. Yeah, very strong. Nothing I would really change here, Beyblade. I feel like you're pretty much locked in for 4K. I think this will do well. You don't even need foreground items because the little bars, the 3D bars from, this item are coming here in your corner. And Ariel's dress extends to this bottom right corner. Love the avatar style, too. Very, very rock and roll. Awesome. Anna said, hey, Sabai, I was completely torn on what to submit, but I came up with these two options. My husband was trying to tell me to pick the one to submit, but ultimately said I should see what you think. Well, thank you to Anna's husband for valuing my opinion. Thank you. Thank you, brother. And any and all advice is appreciated. Thank you as always. Of course, of course. All right, so we have a pop star arrival here. Some good storytelling. Got some cheering crowds. Now, I would be a little bit more particular with the outfit styles here. Like, Ariel in the ball gown look is a bit too formal to be, just cheering for, like, as a fangirl. So, maybe in her regular style. And same for Belle. She's, like, in this golden ball gown dress. I would go for more... You want it to look like a believable crowd. Now, not everybody's going to look like a Y2K crowd, but I would just be wary on going with ball gowns in a setting where you're not usually going to see ball gowns. Like, usually if it's a bunch of fans cheering at a red carpet, they're not typically, decked out in the ball gowns. Now, the arcade scene is really fun. I do like this a lot. But I don't know if the selfie pose here is going to be the best for Y2K because we didn't really have smartphones like this. And this pose is going to put a lot of emphasis on this phone. Like, Y2K was the era of, like, flip phones, So I don't know if I would highlight the smartphone quite like that. There are loads of fun poses you can do, so I would maybe consider experimenting. And the other thing I would definitely consider would be the space wall, the starry wall. I think that's going to add a lot of good texture and color, and it pairs very nicely with the arcade stuff. And for your floor, the techie floor, the futuristic floor, also is going to have a great arcade feel. With one of the big things with, like, Y2K, with us going into a new millennia, all eyes were kind of on the future. And there was kind of this emphasis on overplaying futuristic. Like, a lot of places overplayed futuristic. Sure, there were, like, more brick and mortar arcades as well. But I think if you really want to, amp up that Y2K feel, playing up that, future vision kind of feel can be a great call. This is the wall I'm talking about, by the way. It works so good for these arcade scenes. And it looks really good with the neon lights. Now, this one doesn't have the techie floor, but it is using the inside-out rugs, which also have a wonderful arcade feel. The techie floor I'm talking about is here. Also, it looks like Chewie is using the rug on top of the blue floor. I just want to make sure you know there's a whole floor dedicated to this design if you wanted that. Instead of, like, linking the rugs together. But you can do the rugs, too, if you want. So, as it stands right now, I think your arcade shot is actually a little bit better. This one is super fun, and I think you have good lighting. But I would be a lot more picky with which villagers you use and what styles you have them in. And also what kind of animations they're doing. Right? If you can get them cheering and swooning, I think that's going to be really strong. But the tricky thing is if you go with like a pop, you know, like an idol arrival type of scene, there's already a lot of snaps like that out there that also feature the stage and the music and smoke bombs. Whereas, you know, with an arcade, with it being indoor, I don't think this would take as much to, like, really refine and make it extremely competitive. It's really about the walls and the floor I would definitely consider here. And, of course, the pose. You know, the smartphones were... I would look more towards, like, the 2010s and especially 2020s. The decade we're in now. And the other thing I would consider is... You know, we've talked a lot about balance and showing a lot of the room. This tends to be very, very relevant in 4K. Like, when you can showcase a good bit of your indoor build, you're going to be able to highlight more wall decor. You're going to be able to show more arcade machinery. You'll be able to space out your crowd a bit. It can be very strong. Then you can play with things like the prize shelving. A lot of opportunity there. The last thing I want to bring up for your arcade build is if you have not had the time to get Ralph to level 10 and finish his quest, if you're going to go the arcade route, I would highly recommend doing that because this Dance Dance Revolution machine is such a big Y2K thing. DDR was all the rage in the 2000s. And a lot of people here played too. So I think when people see this Dance Dance Revolution machine, you know, that's just a trip right down memory lane. Good for the flashback vibes. But yeah, both of these could work on and both of these could work. But I do think your arcade scene could have more potential unless you were to try to rework this to, like, you know, also carry, you know, a look into the venue and, like, but yeah, both have a good shot. Both have a good shot at 4K. You could pick whichever one your heart desires. We gave a little bit of feedback on both. Tater said, hey, Sabai, here's my first idea. I have some options for wallpaper, pose, frame, and outfit. I know the lighting needs tweaked on the third one, but I shared it for the other wallpaper option. I can pivot to an arcade if you think that's safer. Thank you for your time. All right, so we got option 1. I would definitely not wear jeans with the skirt. If you're going to wear the pleated skirt, like, I would highly recommend getting away from jeans. Just put shorts on under the pleated skirt. In the Y2K era, pleated skirts were very popular. You know, they were a big fashion trend. But I think anybody that wore jeans under a skirt would likely be shunned. I do like your wallpaper a lot more in this one. Why don't we have jeans on in all these photos? Yeah, I'm not really understanding. I would just either go with jeans or just go with the pleated skirt. I think this one could be your best bet. Again, you know, highly recommend tweaking the outfit. If you're going to be doing this pose where you're sitting on the ground, you know, we probably don't want an upskirt shot, so maybe just go with the big baggy jeans, the Y2K jeans. And then the other thing I would recommend is, why not bring in, like, one villager, like you're hanging out with a friend? Notably, Vanellope is going to be really good. Jeans under a skirt dress was a huge thing. I literally grew up in Y2K, and I never saw that. I'm very, very confident. Maybe in high fashion, like at a fashion show, or like maybe on TV, but I did not know a single person at my high school. I graduated in 05. I was literally in high school during the early 2000s, and I never saw somebody wearing jeans under a pleated skirt. Not even once. Never saw that. Never saw that. So I don't, maybe it was a thing, but I'll tell you, it was not a huge thing. So saying it was a huge thing, I think, is a little inaccurate. So if it was such a huge thing, why is nobody else doing it in their photo? Like, how, you know, everybody would be doing it if it was somehow huge. But, like, nobody's doing it. And we all, I'm pretty sure most of you guys are around my age. And I haven't seen a single person do that. Not even one. So, yeah, gonna have to disagree with you there. I'm just looking to see if I can find one person doing it. Even one. Okay, I can't. All right. Okay. So maybe not a good idea here. And like I said, I don't know, maybe it was a thing in your area. Maybe it was a thing with like your friends or something. I personally didn't see it. So I just Googled Y2K pleated skirt outfits. I'm just looking at pleated skirt outfits from Y2K. Just seeing if any of them have jeans under the skirt. Pink pleated mini skirt outfit Y2K. Pink pleated skirt ideas Y2K inspired. Okay. Y2K pleated skirt. Okay. All right. But it was a huge thing, right? Huge would mean I would have seen it by now. So yeah, it could have possibly been a thing. But a huge thing, no. Again, Y2K was like my high school years. I was very social. I went out a lot, spent a lot of time in arcades, hung out with friends, went to house parties. Like, even in, like, the TV shows, there's, like, there's, like, they'll have tights on. So yeah, it definitely could have been like a... definitely could have been like a short-lived fashion trend. But I feel like that's probably something you would see in high fashion or potentially with celebrities. And I think what should make that obvious to you is, again, most of us here did grow up in the 2000s era, and the average person did not dress that way. If you look, again, at what everybody's wearing here, you see a lot of the same things. You see pleated skirts, and you see loose baggy jeans, but you don't see a lot of people with jeans under the skirts. Mostly because it just looks silly. And, you know, the Y2K era was a silly time. But I don't think most people embrace that. And again, it could be something you could see on TV. But yeah, I don't think it's a great call. And I think it's a huge stretch to call it a huge thing. There's always weird fashion trends. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. Now, this is likely your strongest option here. I think these walls, the scale walls, very pale. They're very pale. And the reason I think that kind of hurts this photo is because you have some great neon decor and you have some great colorful art. Look at how much more value you're getting out of this art when you put it over a darker backdrop. That's how these colors really come to life. Now your posters are colorful, your lights are colorful. Also, in photo 2, we don't see as much of the ceiling, and the ceiling's very empty here. So, in this one, a lot safer. A lot safer. Yo, thank you! Who did that? Who was that? Did my chatbot even tell me? Thank you, thank you. I'm pretty sure you just knocked out the remainder of the goal. Let's go! Much appreciated. Much appreciated. What the heck? Where did Twitch go? Oh, there it is. I found you. I found you. Did my chatbot say who that was? Was that Anonymous? Oh, it was Bob's. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Bob's, let's go. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Big goal number 239 on the books. Ash said I was in Catholic school for the 2000s. Raising arrows. Let me break something down for you here, my friend. There's a difference between a trend and a huge thing. That's what I was trying to explain. If it were a huge thing, we would likely see it a lot more in these submissions. Between all the submissions I reviewed today and all the submissions I reviewed on Friday, not a single person went the route of jeans with skirts. Probably because it's just silly. It's a silly look. In addition to that, I did not see anybody wearing this in the 2000s. Like I said, you'll see it on TV. You'll see it in high fashion. We don't see it because it's ugly. Well, yeah. That's my whole point. It just doesn't look good. Okay, Raising Arrow. Oh my gosh. I didn't say you said it was huge. When did I say that you said that? What are we? Okay. I'm gonna rewind everything for you. I'm gonna break down the conversation we're having so we're both on the same page here. So you said it was a thing. Okay, that's what you said. I wasn't debating whether or not it was a thing. I said multiple times that it was something you would likely just see on TV, or that it was a small fashion trend, or you would see it in high fashion, but not as much every day. That's what I've been sitting here saying. The person who said it was a huge thing was the person whose snap I was reviewing. So I guess you missed their comment, because that's what got me talking about it. Their response to me saying I would not wear jeans with a skirt was jeans under a skirt / dress was a huge Y2K thing. That's what I was clarifying, was that it may have been a Y2K thing, but it was not necessarily a huge thing. If you Google Y2K fashion trends, what you're going to see en masse that's extremely recognizable, well known to the public, and easy for almost all voters to recognize will be tube tops, low-cut shirts, baggy jeans, pleated skirts. Those are the most recognizable, notable Y2K fashions. So I never once said that you said it was huge. You said it was a thing, and what I was trying to explain to you was that I never said it wasn't. I was only specifying that it was not a huge thing. It's one of those random fashion trends that pops up. It happens all the time. But most people don't like the way it looks in real life. Therefore, most people aren't going to like the way it looks in photos. I'm one of those people. I don't really like the look. I don't think this is a very good look. And when it comes to Dream Snaps, that matters. So that's what I've been explaining this entire time. That's what I'm trying to break down. All right. Hopefully now we're all on the same page. All right, everybody, we good on the communication here. I hope so. So yeah, color-wise, this one is by far your strongest. The dark backdrop here works really well with the neon lights, works really well with the wall art. My biggest recommendation for you here would be to add a friend. So Vanellope has great baggy clothes. She works very good for the Y2K era. And if we're going back to Y2K and you're hanging out in your bedroom, like your childhood bedroom, having a friend there can help tell a story, can help enhance that concept. And with Vanellope being a child and having good Y2K, aesthetic, it's a win-win. You could have her right here in this open pocket. You could have her kind of right here if you wanted. This blue backdrop would serve well for her. Or you could have her right here, or you could have her over here. There's lots of options for you, lots of options. All right. No, Raising Errors, you're good. I don't think anybody's accusing you of crashing out. They're talking about me. They're talking about me. And by the way, I'm not upset with you, Arrows. I don't think chat is either. Nobody's upset with you. Nobody's upset with you. Not my chat, not me. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. That's all. So do not worry, my friend. Do not worry. And Samantha is trolling. We're more upset with Senpai for his lack of fashion knowledge. Yeah, don't listen to her. Samantha's trolling. No. I'm still correct. I'm still correct. Like I said, my whole point was that it wasn't a huge thing. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Actually, Dakai, where I'm from, in my city, fashion is like really big there. I mean, Wilmington's like very progressive. Chad is never wrong, says Zombie. Chat is just a lot of friends, you know, just parroting each other, you know. Oh, Dekai, are you relying on Google AI? The trend was inescapable in the United States and Canada due to the grip of mass media. Oh, is that so? Inescapable, huh? And I guess the only reason I didn't see it is because I lived in the middle of bumfrick nowhere with a bunch of corn and like 2 people in my town. No. I lived in coastal North Carolina in a very, very populated area where there were plenty of fashion trends. Now, yeah, if you live in California, I would imagine you probably saw it there. But Dekai, you're kind of just dodging the entire point that I made. The point that I made was that it's not necessarily a good idea here. That's the core takeaway. You're focusing on the wrong thing. So, again, if it was so big and so inescapable and it was everywhere and we all remember it and we saw it every day, why weren't you doing it in your snap? Why isn't anybody else doing it? Why haven't I seen a single snap online or a single snap in reviews? Why? Why is nobody doing this inescapable, everywhere trend that's just everyone was wearing jeans with their skirts in Y2K? You couldn't go 5 steps without jeans under a skirt. Well, where is it? It's so inescapable. Everybody knows about it. It was a huge trend. Yet, I've seen one. And I'm not just talking about the reviews. I'm talking about the hundreds of snaps I've seen online of this challenge. I haven't seen anybody doing it. And I think there's 2 reasons for that. Number 1, it's not necessarily the first thing that comes up when you think about Y2K fashion. It's just not. If it were, you would have used it. Because if it was like the first thing that came to mind when you consider Y2K fashion, we would see it all over the place. But if you Google Y2K fashion, because you want to talk about Google, if you simply just Google Y2K fashion or Y2K fashion trends, it's not even mentioned. So no, it wasn't necessarily inescapable. It was a momentary trend, just like tons of others that happen when it comes to fashion. So that's my entire point. It's not some huge, massive trend that was inescapable, according to Google AI, if you want to trust that. If you just search pleated skirt outfits, there's not you can even search Y2K themed pleated skirt outfit, and there won't be, there's none. There's none with the jeans under the skirt. If it's Y2K themed, if it was so inescapable, where is it? You know? It's because it was a short-lived thing and it was just in media. No one's using it. I don't think it's going to be very popular. And I wouldn't consider it to be a huge trend. And making jokes about where I grew up and acting like we didn't have fashion and we didn't have culture. Come on, dude. I think, even as a joke, I feel like that's a little rude. That's a little rude. So, yes, we had fashion. Yes, we had trends. We had the same media you have. Sure, you'll see a bit more of that stuff in places like California, but to act like I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere is ridiculous. I grew up in a city. So, my whole point here, guys, my entire point is that I wouldn't consider this a huge trend. I didn't see anybody doing it, and no, I don't think that's because I was in North Carolina. I think that's honestly because it just doesn't look good. And case in point, where is it? I haven't looked at all these other snaps. Maybe one of these guys are doing it. Nope. 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 Oh, we'll find it eventually. It's a huge trend. Hang on. No? That's weird. It's supposed to be inescapable. It's not there either. Nope. Not here either. Nope, not there. No. No, there's got to be at least one more. It's inescapable. Nope. 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 Can't really see. Oh, okay, no. Nope. 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 Oh, I thought we had one. Nope. Oh, there's a pleated skirt. Okay. 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 Almost done. No. Oh, there's another pleated skirt. Oh. I guess they didn't get the memo. All right. Yeah, I've now officially looked through every single review submitted. Not a single one. Not a single one. No, I know you're just joking, Dakai. I'm just saying, it's a bit of a low blow. I love where I come from. I have so much love for southeastern North Carolina and for Wilmington in particular. Mainly because it is so progressive. It's so artsy. And there's a great scene and a great culture there. There's lots of music. It's also a very film-heavy location. So we have Screen Gym Studios. There's a huge film festival there. And there's actually a ton of movies that get filmed in North Carolina. So I have a lot of love for my hometown. So, I know you're just joking. I'm just saying that, I don't respond very kindly to jokes about my home. That's all. I know it's just a joke, and I know you didn't mean anything by it, but, my point stands. Like, you guys, I just would not paint Wilmington as a place that lacks culture and is out of touch with the world, because that's the opposite of what Wilmington is. And, anybody that goes to Wilmington, you'll know. Because the thing about southeastern North Carolina, Wilmington in particular, is that it's one of the biggest migration points on the East Coast. Since it rarely snows there, a very ridiculous amount of people from New York, Jersey, and up north end up moving down to that spot in particular because you have Carolina Beach, Curie Beach, and Wrightsville Beach. And you're below the snow belt, so there's no snow. And a lot of people looking to escape cost of living migrated there from the West Coast because they still wanted to be on the coast. It's also considered to be the brewery capital of the Southeast. So there's a huge craft beer scene, there's a huge film scene, there's a huge art scene. It's always been very fashion forward. That's my point. Is that a silly joke I can tolerate, but a joke that's very inaccurate and misrepresents my birthplace, I'm probably not going to be very cheerful about that. And yeah, at the end of the day, I would just recommend caution with an outfit like this. The whole point I was trying to make before this all got derailed is that I don't think this trend was either huge or recognizable. So I would be very cautious here. Like, if you had a lot of people around you doing this, sure, you could probably recognize it. But when you look up Y2K media, you don't see it very much. And even when I first brought it up, there were many people in the chat that said they don't think it looks good. Even if they're aware of its presence in media, if it doesn't look good, I would kind of avoid it in Dreamsnaps. And I think another thing that kind of indicates that it's not the best look is the simple fact that nobody's really doing this. This is the first snap I've seen where somebody's doing it. So that's why my default response to was it being a huge trend is to simply Google pleated shirt outfits from 2012. If it truly is a recognizable huge trend, at least one of those pleated skirt Y2K inspired outfits should reflect this. But if it doesn't come up at all, if it's completely missing from those outfit options, from those designs, I question how relevant it really is. I question how many voters are going to recognize this as a Y2K fashion trend. I don't, and I'm just one of many. So, the pleated skirt, very recognizable. The tube tops, very recognizable. Same with baggy pants. Same with metallic patterns. Same with large brand logos. Like what we saw with... that's why I like the motif here. Kind of reminds me of things like Jinko jeans and stuff, right? Like when you throw the motif on here, it just adds like a really fun pattern to the jean. Oversized motifs were very popular on clothing in that era. So there are certain Y2K fashions that I think are on everybody's radar, that I think everyone's going to be familiar with. And then there's others that are a lot more niche. And the trend can exist, but that doesn't mean it was huge, and it doesn't mean it's not a niche trend. Can be in media, and would also be very wary of AI responses. That's why I typically try to search out photos and pictures and take a look at articles, see what comes up. Because Google AI just likes to source, it can source anything. It'll source Reddit, it'll source different articles, and it'll, something like this could be, totally huge in the fashion world, but not everybody lives and breathes fashion. So most people have a sense of fashion. We all dress for our eras. There's always like I know in like the mid 2010s, like skinny jeans were the thing. Like everybody's wearing skinny jeans. When people went from baggy to tight, almost like overnight. So there's certain trends that are, very recognizable, very, very popular. And that's what I would recommend staying closer to. But yeah, going back to your snap irritators, I would stick with this one. I think it's going to be very strong with the wall colorations, with the lighting, with the decor. But I would add Vanellope just to make it a bit more competitive. Dory said I kind of rushed this week planning a memorial. In Southern California, there are outdoor arcades, usually under an awning. I will not be able to catch the live stream Monday, but if you could please send me a timestamp, I would greatly appreciate it. Well, California is not the only place that has outdoor arcades, but I still think an indoor arcade is a lot stronger. So outdoor arcades, they exist. They exist. But the thing is, if you go indoors, you get some good bang for your buck in terms of arcade builds. What I want to highlight here would be builds like this. So you get access to the little neon lights. You get access to some beautiful wallpapers. You get great wall decor for prizes. There's, I believe, a lot more value in indoor arcades than there are outdoor arcades. So here's an example. Jedi Lauren on Friday showcased an outdoor arcade. Now with this arcade, when I reviewed this on Friday, I said it was really strong, but imagine it indoors, where instead of the backdrop with the spirit water curtains and the fire drops, or the fireworks, we could highlight even more arcade features. And this is how it looks now. So I think there's much better value to an arcade build indoors than there is outdoors. I think the reason a lot of people try to make an arcade, snap outdoors is not because they exist. Everybody knows that arcade machines can be outdoors. The reason people are trying to make them outdoors is because a lot of people are just not comfortable going indoors. They haven't made a lot of indoor snaps. They feel like it's risky because you don't have as much space. But that's pretty far from the truth. Indoor snaps perform very well. And indoor snaps actually have a lot of advantages that you don't have outdoors. Notably, you have things like ceiling lights that can hang down. You get access to wall decor. You get access to all kinds of awesome stuff. And here for Jingle Bells said, I made an indoor arcade as suggested. I'm very super happy with it. Thank you for the push. I started one before making that outdoor one and just couldn't get good placement. Glad I played with it more. So I have the same advice for you that I had for Jingle Bells. And Jedi Lore, not Jingle Bells. So with Jedi Snap, it's a good build. It's a good build for the arcade outdoors. But I do think indoor offers more competitive avenues. And Jedi Lauren, she followed through on that. And now she's even happier with her Snap. But you have things like the disco balls, the hanging orbs, all of these neon lights, the different walls, the rugs. And even though, these outdoor arcades do exist, as you mentioned, they're usually under awnings, which you can't really have here. So my advice for you, Dory, is I would give it a try indoors. I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work out and you just submit this instead. So you can save this one to your gallery, but it doesn't take very long to make an indoor build. And if you look at what we've reviewed in terms of these arcade scenes, I think you'll be able to see just how much value there is in doing an indoor build this week. For an arcade, that is. So I think things like concerts can be really, really strong outdoors. But I think things like arcades, your build is really going to shine indoors. I know a lot of people really do need a push to go indoors, though. And I think it's because most snap concepts just work better outside. Like a vast majority of snaps just work really well. You can't really do a summer street festival inside. Not going to be in the street. For Fabled Relics, you could do inside, but to really make it look like you're on an adventure outdoors is going to be better. And even for most of my snaps, I'm outdoors. And that works for most people, too. Most people do outdoors almost every time. But for certain concepts, indoors is going to work a bit better. So if I want to do a Christmas holiday party for Cozy Holiday Cheer, yeah, I could do outdoor. But indoor is going to work so much better for that. It's Cozy Holiday Cheer. We want to be cozy. We want to be warm. And we also get access to garlands and these snowy windows and the fireplace. We get access to all these wonderful items. Now, if you're not used to making snaps inside, then you'll try to find any excuse imaginable to avoid it. For example, outdoor arcades do exist. They do. Oh, yeah. Southern California is not the only place where there's outdoor arcades. There's plenty of places that have them. But I would still go indoors for this. You'll have better items. You won't have as pale of a backdrop. Like right now we have like, you know, the pale buildings back here. You could have so much more value indoors with a snap like this. That would be my recommendation. And like I said, if you don't like it, you can just go with this. Or you could just go with this in general if you don't want to give it a try. But I would recommend giving it a try. I would. Miss Brandy said, I'm hardcore struggling with this one. I try to do better lighting like you suggested last time. Fingers crossed. Thank you. Well, it does look like you have the sun behind the camera. So you do have good lighting, even on your buildings, on your backdrop. My recommendation for you is, do you really need to use this stage? Because there's a major drawback to the stage. I'm sure you've noticed, Miss Brandy, when you pose on the stage, you cannot use the villager toggle for the villagers on the stage. They'll just be there. Like right now, you're decked out, you're in front of a microphone. Meanwhile, Tiana's just standing there. And you have no control over that. We have a drum kit with nobody on it. Pocahontas looks like she could be singing. Like she works. But let's say you got rid of this stage. And instead, you use special rugs or special tiles or some kind of pathing. And you made your own stage. Now, you can use the villager toggle to make Tiana sing. To make Jasmine a backup dancer. You get access to so many competitive opportunities that way. There's a lot of limitations with this stage, unfortunately. They could have made it better. If they would have let us use it with the villager toggle, it could have been one of the best items in the game. But sadly, it's not a great item to use here. What I would recommend is kind of building your own stage on the ground here. And then you can have your instruments, and you can have, that way you can have somebody on the drums. You can have a villager doing an animation as if they were singing. You know, there's some great opportunities here. Lighting is a lot stronger, Brandy. I think you've done a great job getting the sun behind the camera, getting good light into your scene. And I do like the foreground placement of, like, the speakers here. So if you did do away with the stage and put down, like, some of the futuristic carpets, that would also allow you to take these music notes and put them under you, because you have these visual effects that make music notes and have these swirling music symbols. Why not have them right where the performance is, you know? So yeah, I know you're probably excited to use that new stage, but it's kind of a trap. It's kind of a trap. It's not a great Dreamsnap item, unfortunately. There are ways to use it that could be really good, but most of the time it hurts. Caroline, okay. Good pop star look. I love the way Vanellope's looking up at you. Joy cheering. I love the way everyone's cheering. Like, Moana's got some good cheering. Rapunzel looks extremely excited. Jasmine's waving. And you're doing a little wink at the camera. We got the performance stage behind you. It does look like you might be using the Sunlit Plateau palms. I would recommend swapping those out for the Dazzle Beach palms. They're at near the very bottom of the trees, but they're a much more vibrant shade of green, which is going to match better with the screen you have here in the foreground. But the Sunlit palms are like a very, very, very dark green. They don't come through quite as vibrant. But right here, we get a nice, bright, vibrant green here. Yay! And aside from that, one thing we've already discussed a lot today, these visual effect animations, like this animation right here, it is going to pop so much better if you put it over a darker path. So the worn brick path from the Pothic Romance Star path, many other types of pathing. A great example here would be Beyblade Snap. You know, because it's funny, when we were reviewing this, the snap before, or is one of these. Yeah, it was this one here. So we see the visual effect item on top of a very pale path with white and pink. And you see, you know, it just kind of blends in. It doesn't pop quite as much. now we see it over top a dark path. Look at how well it comes in. Right now it's over asphalt. You can see every square clearly. The colors pop really well against that dark backdrop. And then we see the same thing with another very high-ranking player here with Beyblade. So here we see on top of those tech rugs, and, you know, you can see the colors come through really well. Like this kind of pink haze over top, the blue coming out here. So, Caroline, for your snap, what I would recommend would be, you know, swapping out these for the beach palms, but also moving away from the white path. Go with the very dark brick, or you could go with asphalt. I think the worn brick from the Perfect Romance Star Path would probably be your best bet, because it feels like a plaza kind of paving, and it looks like you're in a plaza since you have the buildings to the left and right, and it's just going to allow the colors from this visual effect item to really, really stand out. Quantum said, thanks for the tips and feedback. I started playing back in March, but it took a while for me to get into Dreamsnaps. I'm still learning, but your videos and streams are very helpful. Thank you for your review. Thank you, Quantum. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Now you said you started playing back in March. Okay. So you're getting into Dreamsnaps. Very fun, very fun. Well, you came to the right place. Now it looks like you're kind of doing a little bit of a rock concert idea here. We got Mickey kind of on this little DJ stand you made. Now, I do think there may be better tables. This one has like the mushrooms growing on it. You're using the alchemy table. You might be using this one because it's low to the ground. It's the only one low enough to get Mickey behind it. Now, if you happen to do the... You said you started playing in March, so... Yeah, you probably don't have the Neverland Star Path table. There's a table from the Neverland Star Path that's very low to the ground. That could fit this, but you probably don't have it, unfortunately. For your backdrop, what I would recommend, if you interact with these smoke bombs, you can change their colors. I would highly recommend getting away from the pale default pink. You have a lot of great color here, but the very pale smoke bombs kind of pull away from that. So if you interact with each smoke bomb, you can cycle through a bunch of colors. And if you want to make this, you know, if you look at your stage, it's got purple, it's got yellow, it's got green. It's got all these fun colors in it. You could just do multicolored smoke bombs, and they're going to pair very nicely with the Coco stage in the back. I think you've done a pretty good job making your own stage. Kind of with the rug here. And I do like the confetti. But these confetti cannons can be really good towards like the front left and front right. And the other thing I would be considerate of is your pose. So you're kind of doing a rock concert performance, right? If you did the pose in a way to where you're facing the mic a bit more. So with that in your pose, they'll also look forward. I don't have my game open right now. Let me find it. I have an example here. Like this. This is a different pose. This is the one where they kind of celebrate, where they go, yeah, you know. But if you do this pose and then you do the shouting facial expression, you could actually get the same kind of like screaming effect, but actually facing the mic. So there is a way to position your avatar so it looks like they're singing, and you can still get that like kind of rock and roll style you're going for. Now for your path, it looks like you're using the gold brick But when you have the sun behind the camera, the gold brick just kind of turns like a dark brown. It doesn't light up very well. Thankfully, dark works good for you here because it does bring out the colors and the visual effects you have under you. I do like the colors on the sides. I also think he did a good job with Vanellope and Stitch and Mirabelle here. Like, having the villagers cheering is really nice. I do think Safari Donald's probably not one of the best ones for your foreground in the Safari outfit. There may be other, maybe better options for villagers here. The other tricky thing is, with you building this scene as a concert scene, with you and the equipment right at the front, it's kind of forcing you to have your spectators almost like on the stage as well, or behind the stage, which behind the stage can work. There are 360-degree stages as well. But I'm wondering, if you took these fences and you moved them up a hair, like, could you have a lot of villagers cheering for you kind of behind the fence? Would that work so it doesn't feel like they're also on the stage? So, final thoughts here would be, there's poses you can do to shout into the microphone, which would be better for the storytelling element. I would pivot away from the default color on the smoke bombs, as it's very, very pale and doesn't always work very well. And I would also swap out Donald for somebody else and maybe play around with the presentation of your scene so we can have spectators maybe not physically on the stage with you. We've seen some good snaps in terms of like how to set this up. But you could, kind of like we see here, right? Like this snap, we have the spectators off kind of to the side. And then the ones that are on the stage, they have instruments. So there's a few different ways to set it up. There's also some people that are kind of part of the crowd. Trying to find some more examples for you, just to give you some ideas for the concert angle. And there's also scenes like this where we don't see the crowd. It's mostly the star, there's the DJs, and then there's like the backup dancers. Kind of like this one, we have the performers, but we don't necessarily see the crowd. Just like this one. Performers, but no crowd. So, if you do add a crowd, it does make it kind of tricky in terms of like where they're going to be placed and how they're going to work with the scene. Because you want it to feel convincing, like a real performance, a real concert. Here's a great option. I really like this one. Like I said, some stages are 360. There will be people all around the stage. So you could do something like this, where you're performing, you're at the front of the scene, you have some of your band behind you, and then the villagers kind of surround the outer edges of the venue. So this could work. That's just a few options if you wanted to take if you wanted to go in that direction where you have your bandmates, you have you performing, and you have villagers. There's some great ways to set it up. Cam Bam, so thanks for taking the time to review as always. I went with the idea of an arcade, especially since that was one of the only things to do in my town growing up. Thanks again for your time. Very solid arcade here. Really good balance, Cam Bam. Good weight on the walls to the left. Great weight on the walls to the right. Really balanced. Really well balanced. One thing I would recommend here is one of your strongest items for the Y2K era is going to be this DDR machine. But it's kind of hidden behind your hair and your pose. I love the skee ball animation. I wouldn't get rid of that. Pooh really looks like he's playing skee ball. That looks great. But I would try to find out, you know, where could we move this DDR machine to where we could see Joy dancing and see the machine a little bit better. Yeah, that'd be my big recommendation, because this thing is really, really good for competitive plays, especially since you have villagers actually dancing on it. There's a lot of opportunity there for you. We've seen a lot of people use this item in very strong ways. Like I think Hope Snap as well did a really good job with this. I don't know if it's in here. It was in the Facebook group, but it might not be submitted for review. Yeah, I don't think it's in here. And then Robbery in Progress also used it at the front of their scene, and they just made it. I'm not saying you have to use it at the front at all. I don't think you need to use it at the front. I would just really prioritize making sure it's highly visible, because it offers some amazing storytelling elements and ties very well into the Y2K era. But yeah, aside from that, not much advice here. Really strong scene, great foreground items, great presentation of the avatar, and a good looking arcade. Chica, different options for poses. Thanks for reviewing recommendations. So we have this pose and this pose. For what you're doing, like a concert for a boy band group, this, I think, is going to be much better for your storytelling angle. Because this one, it looks more like you're, you know, someone's taking a picture and you're like, oh, welcome to the concert, or you're hugging another fan or something. This one looks like you're, you know, cheering for the boys back here. So I think this pose is going to be a better option. But I do think a stronger villager presence here would be nice. You don't want to block these guys. But, like, what about Vanellope, you know, jumping around here at the front? Could be really fun. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of short lady villagers, so there's not a lot of options for you. You could have somebody like Daisy, maybe. She's medium height. But, yeah, Vanellope, I think, would be really good as well. Great job with the smoke bombs and the different colors. And good job highlighting the boy band in the back. V-Bell, thank you for the resub. Welcome in, welcome in. So we reviewed Crystal Bell earlier. Maybe they submitted it twice? Or no, maybe they... Wait. Oh, yeah, it's in here twice. Okay. Let's clear that one out. There's V-Bell's alert. Thank you, V-Bell. Catterday said, hi, Sabai. First two are in second camera mode with the rusted cube shells with and without motifs. I tried out third camera mode on the last one. Would love your overall thoughts. Okay. So here you're using the rust out shells. All right. Well, strong looking arcade build. I think a small enhance on your character lighting will be good, since you have the cube shells right here. The villagers look really fun. And where Sadness is crying, there are some great opportunities to play that up. Like, you could put, like, a little popsicle laying on the ground like she dropped it. Could be fun. Like a little, you know, little storytelling angle for... Or the lollipop. There's a little lollipop you could drop. Scrooge being the one to sell the prizes is really funny. And you highlighted the DDR machine really well. The third camera angle, you actually did pretty good with the free mode shot here. I think this is fun. Yeah, the nice thing with your free mode shot is we're not getting any ceiling, but we still get the benefit of these great orbs. And we get a really fun full look at the arcade. We even see this little karaoke machine. Not to mention, with the angle, we actually get to see the claw machine in the back, which we couldn't see earlier. So, I am liking this one the most. But I would maybe try a very slightly increased character lighting here. Since the environment is very bright, getting a little bit of light on the avatar could be fun. And for experimentation's sake, I would also recommend maybe trying the Starry Space Wall. It's going to open up more flexibility, because I know you're avoiding putting items on these, like, glowing circles here. Like, you're just putting your, like, neon lights kind of around in between them. But if you had the Starry Space Wall, you could add posters, you could add the basketball hoop. There's all kinds of fun things you can place, because you're not going to be trying to avoid these pillars. But if you don't have time for that, if you don't want to mess with the character lighting and don't want to try out a new wall, this does have a great shot at 4K. You know, these are all very well made. You could go with any of these. The strengths of these first two is that you got these music notes from the karaoke really well. In particular, I think the very first one, I think, is your strongest out of the first two. The third one, I think, has really good framing for the backdrop, but sadly, with the timing of the shot, we didn't get those fun music notes coming up, which do tie really well into your karaoke time. But yeah, all three are good. I think it's really good, Catterday. You did a great arcade. Dreamy Dewdrop, hey Samai, I plan to make 2 separate snaps this week, but decided to just go with the first idea. I'd love to know what you think. Thanks so much for your time. Of course. Oh, very nice, very nice. So we got you on stage performance. Great outfit. Very Y2K. Great shot of Vanellope here. And then it looks like these will be your backup dancers. So Jasmine and Rapunzel, Ariel and Mirabelle all dancing here. Ralph on the drums. Well, very good utilization of villagers. Also, great foresight putting the visual effects over top of a dark path. Really helps that color come through. You got the saturation perfect here. Looks like sunset time of day with a 0.2, maybe 0.3 saturation boost. Really bringing out the colors of that Cocoa stage. You change your smoke bombs to a few different hues here to get some fun color in the back. You got these little music notes coming up. Overall, very strong. This is a really, really good concert build, Dreamy Dewdrop. I think this has a high likelihood for 4K. The DJ booth the little DJ sets in the foreground are nice as well. Good foreground element. Joe Candy, as an 84 baby, I should be able to do well this week. Unfortunately, I'm struggling. These are my current ideas. Any advice is much appreciated. Thank you. All right. So, option 1, option 2. I really like your arcade build, but I think you should definitely get away from the red walls and get away from these red rugs. I would go with either the futuristic walls or the space walls. But the red here is, it's not that red walls didn't exist for arcades. It's just that it's not a great backdrop for your neon lights or your hanging orbs. It kind of makes the orbs far less impactful. Whereas if it was a darker backdrop, which is why I think the space wall would be ideal here, because it's darker than that futuristic wall. These orbs are going to pop really well if you have that spacey wall. And the spacey wall ties in extremely well for the Y2K era as well. Also, I see you're using this futuristic rug. I'm pretty sure there's a whole floor for that, for this exact design. Like, you don't need to use the rug. You can make the whole floor that texture, and then you can just have these rugs here, you know. Great job minimizing how much of the ceiling you're showing. And potentially something in the foreground down here or down here could be additional little prizes, plushies. You know, you can have some little items down here. But yeah, main thing I would consider is trying a different wall and toning down the red on the floor. Because the colors of that arcade are going to pop a lot better. And yeah, I would definitely go with the arcade build for this particular snap. I think this pose works a bit better than this pose because you're jumping, but why? Right? Like, you're jumping, but there's nothing here. You're not on the dance machine, so. Tito, I wasn't really feeling this theme, to be honest, which is crazy, especially because, like many of us, I grew up with Hannah Montana, High School Musical, The Jonas Brothers, and then Evanescence, etc. Peak Y2K. Anyway, I have 3 options. All I don't have my heart set on. So, go for gold and tear them to shreds if needed. All right. So, we have a Hannah Montana, Winking one, and a concert. Well, the concert is fun, but I would probably try to amp up the city vibes because we have Oswald's theater back here, but we can barely see it, so maybe another tall building if you have any of those building sets. I do like the cheering in the boy band. I think that's fun. I think the Hannah Montana concept could work really well this week, too. But I would likely maximize the room size because this item here is really large. That way you can move that back just a little bit. Give yourself a bit more room to play with some of the Hannah Montana items. Since you have the luggage, that means you also have that, like, hidden wall shelf item. You can have that come out on the left side. Like, if you move up to the front of the room, you can highlight a bit more of the Hannah Montana scene stuff. You can also maybe add a guitar. And I would get a little... I would not be quite this close to the camera teed out. I think if you backed up a little bit, even further than this, I'd back up just a little bit more. And yeah, if you're going with the, you know, the alias and the, you know, the real character, the mannequin's fun. There's some neat mirror tricks you can do for that as well. But yeah, if you went with... I think the Hannah Montana direction could be very safe for you here. My biggest recommendation would be to maximize the room size, move the avatar back a little bit, and highlight, you know, more of the Hannah Montana decor. M10 couldn't decide between outdoor and indoor scene this week, but I'm really loving the storytelling. I ended up with inside. Thanks as always. Oh yeah, very solid, very solid. A lot of ceiling though. You know, if you used free mode, you could get close to the avatar the same way. You could show way less ceiling. You could have the same level of storytelling. And then we have this one, the outdoor concert scene. This one feels a little jumbled because we have like a arcade prize booth here. I guess it's like band merch, maybe, is the concept. Yeah, I'm guessing band merch is the idea here. The record rack kind of hints at that, but the rest of it just, with so many arcade builds, I think it could be tricky for that to be seen that way. And then we have like Ralph in the recording booth, but there's like a live concert in the back. I think your arcade scene is a lot stronger Because, like, everything here makes a lot of sense, where some of the elements of this one get a little bit confusing. My main recommendation, if you go with this snap, for indoor snaps, I would really, really try to cut down on how much of the ceiling you're showing. And also, do you not have those hanging orb lights? Because for arcade builds, they are all the rage. They work very well. You know, look at these things. Beautiful. If you are going to show ceiling, at least these will help you add some detail to that ceiling. Yeah, we see him here too. The other thing is you have this ladder back here, and we can see, like, this black void. Is the ladder necessary? It doesn't feel too necessary. It's not really adding any value. Everything here is really techy and arcade-ish, and then we have, like, a wooden ladder. It just doesn't feel like it fits in. So, you know, maybe you put it there because you wanted to hide the door. I mean, you could use, like, the iron spiral staircase or something to make it seem like a two-story arcade. There's some fun stuff you can do. The ladder just doesn't really feel like it fits here, though. But yeah, I definitely think this is your stronger snap. There's some good opportunity here. Even as it is, it could get 4K. Author said, I initially could not decide what direction to go, concert or arcade, but the community helped me decide, so please review the reply to the post and not the original posted images. It won't let me remove the old ones. I have two versions, one with the new recording frame and one without. Okay, well, I only see these. And FYI, author, just so you're, you know, I see, looks like you posted this on 8/20, and then you have this one here, posted yesterday. So don't be in a rush. You know, one of the rules of the snap reviews is it needs to be complete. Like, it should be a snap normally that you would submit and be done with. That's when you publish for review. Because the purpose of these reviews is just to help with final touches, finding ways to make it a little bit more competitive, etc., etc. So one of the rules for submitting is that it needs to be your final product. No need to upload first thing on Wednesday, Thursday. You know, you just wait until you're confident and you're like, yeah, this is what I would want to submit. Let's send it in. But if you're kind of torn between two, not the best time to upload unless you want to upload both options, you know. Now, very strong scene here. Very strong. I love the performance piece. You know, we have Tigger on the drums is great because he's kind of looking up in the air. He's got his hands up. We actually have Christoph playing music. Great confetti back here. Love the DJ setup. This is what I mean about making your own stage. Look at how much stronger this is than those night show stages with, like, barely anything on them. Also, you won't see this on the night show stage because you can't. Oh, dang it. There it goes. You can't really control the villagers. You know, bit of a headache. So, you have better color without the recording frame, but the recording frame itself adds to the flashback vibes and adds to the Y2K feel. That's kind of the case for everybody. You know, that's just the way this is going to be. So it's really up to you. You sacrifice color for a little bit of extra theme. So if you feel like it's not quite Y2K enough, if you're like, I don't know, I wish there were a little bit more Y2K vibes, bam, that'll add a little bit more. At the very minor cost of a little bit of color, because it kind of grays out the photo just a little bit. But that's up to you, my friend. There is no right or wrong choice here. Some voters might prefer it more with the recording frame. Some voters might prefer it more with the color. We know color tends to work very well. But yeah, great action shot of everybody here. Becca, I entered high school in the 2000s and remember New Year's Eve when people thought the world would end. Funny looking back. Yeah, everybody thought Y2K was going to be the end of the world. All right, so you're doing a band, a concert here. Only downside is there's nobody here, and you guys are all going crazy and cheering. Like Rapunzel's dancing, Ariel is dancing, Aladdin's dancing, everybody's having so much fun. So, hear me out. What if instead of this night show stage that we can't put villagers on with the toggle, what if you made your own stage? What if you had the drums here, you had the speakers here, you just had them on the ground, and you just paved or put some kind of rug or something different here? You know, some kind of different paving. That way you can use your villager toggle and you can have somebody on the drums like Ralph or Tigger. You could have a singer by putting a microphone up there. You can have a whole performance here. So this stage is kind of a trap. It's kind of a trap because unless you're standing on it and using the stage as a villager summoning item, you cannot put villagers on it unless you're on it yourself, which makes it a very difficult item to use well. And since a lot of people got it this week, a lot of people are kind of falling into that trap. Because the thing is, there's a lot of snaps out there, Becca, that are similar to yours, except we see the band performing. You know, that's the tricky thing. As long as you're using the stage that way, we won't see that band performing. So there's a lot of snaps out there where you see the band playing in the back or you see the people cheering, but we see what they're cheering for. We see what they're enjoying. So my advice to you would be, instead of trying to force that stage to work and leaving that whole area empty where you guys are just cheering for an empty stage, cheering for them to come out is one thing, but people are dancing and, like there's music symbols. Like if we had a performance here, think about how strong it would be. So I would make my own stage right here in this spot. And I think you can really embrace the concert vibes that way. Scuttle, this challenge was surprisingly difficult for me. I tried several builds and just couldn't get them to work. Ended up settling on this route because I was a major choir music nerd in high school. I currently have the last one submitted. All right, so option 1, option 2, option 3. Well, very good shot of the avatar. Great job with the colors in the back. It's just too bad there's nobody on the drums. The stage is mostly empty. It's a great shot of the avatar, and it has great color. So, it could do well, It definitely has 4K potential for sure. But this is why I said the stage is very disappointing, If it worked with the villager toggle, just imagine how strong your snap would be. So what you have to ask yourself here, Scuttle, is the benefit of the stage is you get this iron texture, right? You get this, this fun texture behind you. Is that texture worth having no one on the drums, having no one playing an instrument behind you? Is it worth that? Is it worth that trade-off? It could be, It looks pretty cool, but I would recommend trying the snap, same build, no stage, same speakers, same fireworks, same drums, maybe somebody over here playing out a little guitar, could be Stitch, could be Kristoff, having somebody on the drums, maybe move the drums a little left, have somebody on the drums as well, and maybe use some kind of textured path to make a little stage of your own. If you don't like it, you can just submit this one. But I think it'd be worth trying out, right? And yeah, aside from that, this one's probably the best with the sparkles and the effects. Like, the way you hit the avatar and then brought them back. Plus, you get these fun graphics kind of raising right behind you. Whereas the other two were a bit more muted. Hello, I'm still very new to Dreamsnap, so feedback is very welcome and appreciated as I still have a lot to learn. Everyone is so talented here. Thank you, Larissa. Thank you. All right. So we're playing up the kind of Hannah Montana items. You have the recording frame here. So I do have a couple little pointers for you. Number one, I would avoid very, very pale white ceilings and floors. You have some great light casting here with this light source and this light source. So if you had a darker texture for your ceiling, this light that's kind of coming off of this light would highlight itself much better. Even a dark wood would still work as a roof. It doesn't necessarily have to be pink or white. It's still going to look good, and the dark wood would tie in well with this kind of leopard print that we have, this brown leopard print that we have on the top of this item. The other thing that would be nice here would be just one villager. So if you hung out with Vanellope, you could bring her into this room, and you could have her looking up at your fashion stuff like, oh, or you could have her doing a number of things. There's all kinds of fun things you can have Vanellope doing here. That could also open up potential for your pose. Maybe you could do a pose interacting with her. Right now, you're kind of doing like this number, but we don't, see quite what you're looking at. There's always opportunity for storytelling with your avatar pose. So that's one thing I would, always be on the lookout for. Think about how you can impress the voter with what you do with the avatar. She does look beautiful here, which is enough to impress them. But there are ways to be even more competitive. And then for your backdrop, got some good detail on the walls back here. For the 2000s vibe, maybe some fun posters over top this desk that you have here. You have this little gaming desk. You can put some fun posters up. I do like the foreground element of the Mickey neon light. Oh, and for the villager animation, since you have these music swirls and you have this jukebox back here, you could always use the little music motif. It's like a little swirling music note pattern. You can have that coming out of the jukebox. Just don't have it go over the avatar because it'll be a background item. And then if you could find a pose that makes it look a little bit like you're dancing, and you can be dancing with Vanellope, she could also be kind of doing her little thing. You guys could be dancing in your bedroom. Could be fun. Could be a fun storytelling opportunity. All right. Beautiful work, Larissa. Babbitt says, hi, Semi. I reworked my snap as I was not happy with the lighting and colors and added a mannequin to make it clear what I'm trying to convey. Hope you can tell. My submitted snap is in the messages. Thanks as always for looking at my, for taking a look and for any advice. Slight angle changes for pose on the avatar item positioning. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're doing like both sides of Hannah Montana. Is that the idea here? Really good split scene, actually. This is really nice. Well, actually, it's kind of hard to say which one I like more. Yeah, this might be one of the best Hannah Montana ones I've seen. I wouldn't overthink it. These are both really good. They're likely going to rank about the same. After looking at it several times, I actually think I like the first one better, where you're turned a little bit more to the side. Because we just can see the pursed lip really well here, and I think that looks pretty cute on the avatar. Whereas here, her finger slightly covers that lip. I think it looks a bit better from this angle. But yeah, this is really good for a split scene, this Hannah Montana split scene idea. I've seen a couple of these out there. I've seen other people do it, but this is one of the better ones I've come across. I've seen some Hannah Montana splits that were well split, but one side felt too empty or didn't have quite a lot of life. But I love the way you played up the mannequins here and the villagers here. Really well done, Babbitt. This is great. Very likely for 4K. Very likely a strong snap here. Event, updated version on the bottom. Thank you for your suggestions. Okay. So we got option 1. And we got option 2. Well, it's very colorful. Love the smoke bombs. The stage lights are cool. You got these koi fish lights. And then you kind of surrounded it with these little music backdrops. So very cool, very cool. Only downside here is, you know, I won't get too into this because we've already touched on this like countless times today. Do you really need to use the stage? Because if you weren't on the stage, you could still have the drums, you could still have the lights, you can still have the microphone, but you would get access to your villager toggle to where you could make somebody look like they were playing the drums. You can make it look like somebody was singing. You can make it look like somebody's a backup dancer. Now, the nice thing about the stage in your photo is it does work as a separation point for the crowd versus the performers. So if you did make your own stage, you would need something else to provide that separation. Could be inauguration ribbons, could be like some kind of small fence. If you do stick with this, the stage does feel rather empty. I don't know if you have any of the other items that can go on stage. Basically, the stage is a giant table. So anything that can go on a table can go on the stage. But there's like these electric guitars that could go here that could look really good. There's certain stage lights that can go on the stage. There's the night show firework box that can go on the stage. There are some fun options for you. So yeah, I would try to fill out the stage a little bit more. You know, it's cool that you got Jack and Sally here. But if you wanted to try a scene like this with access to the villager toggle, there's a lot of opportunity if you make your own stage. Claudia, hello, Sabai. I didn't have enough moonstones this week to buy the Hannah Montana furniture, and I don't have the items from the Night Show Star Path either, so I did what I have. I have 2 versions. First one, have more music notes, and it's more blue. I don't know if it's too busy. 2, less music notes, and more pink. Thank you, as always, for the advice, and thank you again for the kind words about eco-friendly snap result. Of course. Yeah, it is very unfortunate. You know, your eco-friendly snap was beautiful. Snaps sometimes just don't get what they deserve. Can be tricky. And sometimes, you know, less villagers really is more. Now, I think here, really great amount of villagers. And between the two, I'm actually really feeling the increased blue in your first one. The purple here is fun, but it becomes very dominant in the scene. Then again, I mean, the purple becomes very dominant as well. But at least when you have the blue, we still have like a nice pocket of purple back here. We have Ariel's purple dress. I really like the crowd here. I think that's really fun. And I really like the RV as a tour bus. Great pose for the avatar. I was actually talking about this earlier because I saw some people on the mic, you know, just, it didn't look like they were performing or singing. And I specifically mentioned this part of the pose where she kind of leans in and is like, you know, with the open mouth and the mic right there, it really looks like she's singing and performing. You also got Ariel performing behind you and Tiana, great pose for them. And this is a prime example of what I mean when I talk about the downside of this stage. It doesn't really look like Sally's performing or Jack's performing. They're just there because we can't control the villager toggle on the stage. But when we look here, when you make your own stage, now it really looks like Ariel is performing. And it really looks like Tiana is singing with the way she's kind of positioning her arms. But yeah, very solid. You could do either one of these, Claudia. I feel like they're both very likely for 4K. But personally, I like the blue one a bit more. Because not only does it add the blue, but the addition of green makes it really vibrant. Like down here where we see the yellow, and right here, and right here. The yellow is very soft. But when we switch to the blue, not only do we get these bold blues, but we get this vibrant green where we had that pale yellow. And now that I'm looking at it up close, I think that's why the blue shot seems more appealing. I think it's that addition of this beautiful green breaking up that blue. Max said, I had so many ideas for this week's snap. Finally settled on this. I was so excited that I was able to get all the villagers I wanted fairly easily. Grateful for your advice as always. All right, so it looks like you're doing kind of a band performance here. Flynn looks great. And then we have you here. I will say maybe a pink pleated mini skirt instead of the black, because Jasmine's hair is the same black and we just get this big blotch here and it kind of becomes hard to spot you. Then again, if you just retook the scene, you know, as long as you didn't layer a villager with black hair right here behind you, you'd be okay with the black skirt. So it's definitely a fun angle. It could do well. Though, Mags, you know how the meta is. You know how popular it is to highlight the avatar towards the front or villagers towards the front. So these angles where you're a little further away and more pulled back, they can do well. But what concerns me in terms of like 4K for something like that is there's a lot of snaps out there like this, where we get a performance and we get cheering fans like normal, but we still play up the meta of being close to the avatar. I'm not saying one is just by default better than the other, but voters very clearly favor shots that play the avatar close to the camera because it makes up most of what's in 4K. And that doesn't mean they have to be this close. There's plenty of snaps out there where, you know, the avatar is like a very reasonable distance away, like from Cam Bam here, you know? But these do make up most of what's in 4K. These snaps that give a very good view of the avatar. And the reason that is extra true in your case, the reason I would be very careful here, is because one of the few things we have in the entire game to really highlight that Y2K feel is fashion. And it's barely visible here. We can barely see the tube top, and we can barely see the pleated skirt. Unfortunately, there's no way to really fix that with the scene you've created. As long as you have this kind of zoomed out overlooking shot of all the girlies cheering, you're probably not going to be able to get the best look at the avatar. Now, if you're in free mode, you could maybe move her down here. But yeah, it's just tricky. It's tricky. I love the concept. It could do well. Just depends on what you match up against. And also, you know, I'm not the one that decides what voters like. They decide that. And they really, really seem to love eating up these shots that play the avatar close to the frame. That's what we see every week. So just know there's always going to be a little bit of risk when you deviate from that. So whatever your concept is, if you want to be as safe as possible, try to find a way to make that concept work within the meta. But if you're not too worried about the moonstones, make the scene you want to make. You know, have fun with it. Tigress, not sure if this is any good or not. I threw it together about half an hour. Thank you for all the advice. And I have an idea of a few things I might need to change, but want to see if I'm right or not. Well, Tigress, I mentioned this just a few reviews ago, but the snap that you submit for review needs to be a complete snap. It needs to be what you would normally send off. Like if you're like, okay, I did my snap, I'm going to submit it. That's when you would send me a snap for review, because we're just looking at your final product to see if there's anything else that can make it even stronger. So if there's things you're thinking you might want to do, it's if the snap is not finished, it's not really my place to point out like, oh, well, you still need to do this, you need to do that. I want to see your completed work, like what you would normally submit, and then we can really help you grow by focusing on how we can make that even more competitive versus you sending me something that you know isn't finished, but you're wanting me to help, point out where we can finish it. So my guess is that on one of these things is probably the stage. Like you have like villagers around that are kind of applauding, but there's nobody on the stage. There's no performance. You do have a great backdrop with the Star Sound, venue and the stage lights and the smoke bombs. This does look really good. But there are several, concert snaps out there. And I think the ones that are going to perform best are going to be the ones where we actually get to see a concert. Like even with Mags, we might not have the meta of the camera closer to the avatar playing up the fashion, but we do get to see the performance at least. And then for Claudia's, we get the best of both worlds. We see the performance and we get nice close to the avatar. And that's what happens when you can make your own stage. See, that's the downside of trying to make this stage in particular work. Question is, do you need this stage? Because you can just use a lot of different items for the stage, and you can have the drums back there, and you can have the microphone, and then you can use the villager toggle to have a boy band playing, or you could be the performer, and this could be the stage behind you, and maybe the crowd's in front of the camera or behind the camera, and we don't see them. That would be fine, too. It's got great color, and I think it's a fun pose. I would probably make the lip a bit more notable, but the color and the vibrancy could definitely see this getting 4K. But I do think you could make it a lot more competitive if you wanted to. I don't know if you got those visual effect items, but I would definitely pin them if you did not get them. I think they're a lot better this week than the Encanto item because they have the music notes and they play really well with the Y2K concept. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to go for it, you could actually showcase a performance here. You could put a microphone in front of you. We could get rid of the stage. That way we can put Ralph on the drums. You can have Tiana singing as a backup singer. You can have Kristoff playing his guitar. And then, microphone in front of you. And then the crowd could be on the other side of the camera. And we can even have some cheering on the sides of the stage like we have here. But right now it's just like one person here and two people here. So I would definitely make the crowds a bit thicker on the sides if possible. Dreamy Luna said, I had a lot of fun creating my arcade this week. This was the first thing that occurred to me. Considered doing a stage scene, but opted for this one. If there's anything I should adjust, let me know. Yeah, for sure. Well, a few things. Character's very dark here, right? So maybe boost your character lighting a bit. Number two, do we really need Mickey and Alice right here? Because it's very congested right here. On the left side of your scene, it's Mickey, Alice, Tigger, Goofy, Kristoff, all stacked in together, and we can't really see any of the decor. So I like that you're trying to use multiple villagers, but sometimes less is more. I want to show you another snap that we looked at earlier that was also an arcade snap, and this one only has one villager in the entire arcade. Look at this. So the answer to snaps here, it's not always just to use as many villagers as possible or just fill up the scene with villagers. Sometimes just having one little villager in there is going to be the better option. Yeah, I saved that because he's shedding like big pockets of fur on his back right leg. Like those came off in tufts. It was like a big old, it's been a couple of days.
I don't know why he went in there.
Yeah, probably. Well, you that'll happen. So you want to make sure you can kind of see into the scene that you built. Now, going back to your snap here. You got a little bit too much happening right here. And then also all your characters are dark, so character lighting could be really helpful. And you're standing right in front of one of the best items here, which is the Dance Dance Revolution machine. So if you were to move that to the right, you can actually show a couple of villagers dancing right behind you. It looks like you have Tiana behind you, but we can't see her at all. No, it's Snow White. See, that's what I mean. You can impress the voter a lot more if you're strategic with how you layer your decor and your villagers. You don't just want to have them all there. You know, you want to have them in particular spots, kind of like how you have Mirabelle very noticeable here. It looks like she's enjoying air hockey. Meanwhile, we don't know what Mickey's enjoying. He's just blocking pretty much all of this. Same with Alice. Then over here, you know, kind of the same issue. So, character lighting is going to help us see your avatar a bit better. And then I would really work on how you present your villagers. Remember, you don't need to use all these villagers. You know, like you want to highlight the arcade. That's what's bringing the most Y2K vibes. A lot of these villagers just don't have Y2K vibes. Like Mickey with this top hat and a striped suit, this doesn't really feel Y2K at all. Is he necessary? Meanwhile, you know, Vanellope feels very Y2K. She's great. And it looks like behind these machines, you don't really have much going on. I think I see Flynn or somebody just back there. So, you know, you could have like a row of machines on the back wall. You can also show less of the ceiling. So, Dreamy Luna, my final thoughts for you here would be, you know, you've been here most of the day. You've seen some amazing arcades, right? Look at how these arcades are constructed. Look at how we can see the whole room. Notice how there's only small villagers towards the front. And notice how we don't have tall arcade machines like smack dab, you know, in the middle. That way we can see all the way to the back wall. And we have these beautiful space walls. That way we can see the wall decor. We have these hanging lights. We're not seeing a ton of ceiling. I'm not saying you have to make your snap exactly like this, but I want you to really think about this. Maybe screenshot this snap, save it to your phone, and then save your snap to your phone, and then swipe back and forth and look at both of them. Notice things like how visible the villagers are, how we can see through most of the scene up towards the back wall, the very natural arcade feel, the fact that we're not seeing a ton of empty ceiling. You know, all of these things are going to play a big role in performance. And then try to restructure your scene a little bit to embody some of the strengths we see with FemSnap. Poppy, thanks for the review. Just one pick. It's been a while. Characters didn't want to look at the shot, but forgot to save it. Happy for running recommendations, as we'll have to do it again. Update, had time to redo and submit this one. Okay. So we have kind of a red carpet feel. Very nice, very nice. So good Y2K feel on the avatar. Ariel definitely looks like a performer. Ralph, I think, would be better as like a bodyguard because of the suit. So if you want to use Ralph as a bodyguard, give him like kind of the angry expression because he looks very serious, very stoic. Like he's watching your back. Could be really fun. And I love the venue set over here. This is super fun. All the villagers jumping around. See, in this case, it doesn't matter that the stage is empty because we can't see it as much. We can see the stage lights, and we can see the drums, but we see a lot of animated villagers over here. I like the little snack set. Yeah, lots of good storytelling. Overall, strong scene, Poppy. I think this has a great shot at 4K. My only recommendation would be maybe a tiny bit more saturation here would be worth it. The smoke bombs would come through a bit more, as would the visual effects. I wouldn't go much higher. Also, there's a little bit of clipping with the pose you're using. Just be aware of that. It's not super noticeable. This is my submission for the week. I don't think it screams 2000s, but we haven't got much to work with. I have got an idea of what this is supposed to be, but I doubt it comes across. I can't tell you what it is because it's against the rules to explain Snap, so I can say in the rear review if you want to know. Well, I mean, it just looks like a concert to me, you know? Like a Y2K celebration, you know, since you have the blocks here. Just looks like maybe a turn of the millennia celebration. We got a good performance back here. Aladdin on the DJ booth is fun. And then we have your avatar in a very good Y2K style. I mean, you know, you said we don't have a lot of Y2K stuff, but you're wearing Y2K jeans, you have a Y2K top, and you have a Y2K building. Dreamy Dewdrop, thank you, my friend. Thank you for the 3 months. Greatly appreciated. My only recommendation here is since you're doing kind of a New Year's, like, Y2K party situation with, like, live performances, most of your villagers are tied up in the performances. So I think if you got a few more, you know, you probably don't want to block some of these details in the back. But, you know, you could have, like, Mirabelle spinning back here. You can have some other small fun villagers down here next to Vanellope. But it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 performers. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests. That's a very even guest to performer ratio. And I'm not counting you because you're up here posing. So maybe double the number of guests just to really drive home that celebration atmosphere. It's kind of like when we do a Dreamsnap as a world fair or a Dreamsnap as a festival. You know, more villagers is very good for some kind of big celebration. It really brings it to life. Not something you absolutely need for 4K, but I do think that could make this a lot more competitive. Heather's next went for more of a concert/party vibes. The stage wasn't working for me, and I couldn't put anything on the front part of it. I'm struggling with what to fill the gap with unless I use villagers. I have 2 options, which I can make changes to at a different time of day. All right, so we have this one, and we have this one. Well, my big question is what kind of story you're retelling with the villagers. So you're kind of standing here at the center, and then we have all these visual effects around us. But the stage is over here, and all the villagers are just kind of spread out. So, you know, if you look at the example scene I made for this challenge, your snap is kind of based off of that, but I think you're kind of leaving out a big part of the design. Actually, I don't even have to pull it up because there's another snap we just reviewed that was using the same approach. Very similar here. So you see how they have the stage to the right? What they did was they built a runway, like a red carpet, like the star of the show is arriving. And they're going to be headlining this live concert because it says there's a live concert. So they're here. They just arrived. Meanwhile, the crowd is getting hyped. They're very excited. Then you can just do whatever you want on the left side. You see how this tells a story? Thanks to the runway, thanks to the inauguration ribbons. Whereas, and you know, I can pull up the... I can pull up the example here. Oh, that's the whole Dreamsnap video. So that's the example scene, kind of the same idea. We have a stage back here. And if I were to use this, I would have a lot of villagers jumping. I mentioned that in my video as well. There would be a lot of villagers over here celebrating, very excited for the concert. She's the star of the show, you know, indicated by the red carpet, the guitar, the luggage. She just arrived, and we're at the concert venue. So this snap is telling a story. This idea is telling a story. Now, it looks like for your snap, you've kind of drawn inspiration from that concept. So, you know, you have a stage on the right. You have a venue here. But there's really no story. And that's really important. You know, it makes your snap so much more competitive. It's a great way to impress voters. To show them a picture that tells them something. So right now, all you're really doing is placing smoke bombs, placing a stage, placing a venue, posing at the front with visual effects and some villagers standing around. There's not really anything in particular happening here. But there could be. There could be. You could create a path that leads to the venue. You could have a little bit of luggage beside you with a guitar next to it, as if you just arrived. And then you can move the stage back a little bit, and then you can have villagers jumping and cheering. You know, you don't need to put anything on the stage. By the way, you said you were having problems putting things on the stage. It's because you put it at an angle. Anytime you set a table diagonal, it will not let you put any... items will just jump around. They will not go where they're supposed to go. The stage is just a giant table. That's literally all it is. It's a giant table with a villager summoning option. So, Heather, if you want to avoid tables not letting you put things at the front of them, do not turn them diagonal. Make sure they are either 100% straight or 100% sideways. That applies to literally all the tables in the game. It's kind of annoying, but it's just the way they work. And you can rotate it sideways, by the way, as soon as you put those items on it. You can rotate it diagonal, I mean. So once you put the items on it, you could make it diagonal again. Alfira, do you think it's going to get 4K? Absolutely. This is really, really good. I also love your pose here. It's very Limp Bizkit, you know. It's very Eminem. It's just got that hip-hop feel to it, which is really fun. This is also such a good angle for the arcade scene. You're showing the Dance Dance Revolution machine very well. This actually might be one of the best arcade scenes I've seen so far. It's definitely in my top 3. No advice here. Extremely solid snap. Extremely safe. Yeah, that's going to do really well. Scylla went the arcade route. Not super confident with this, though. Yeah, it's a little dry compared to what we're seeing. So, you know, I think it's great that we had Alfira's right before yours, because we can kind of toggle back and look at a very strong arcade build and then kind of draw, you know, some comparisons here. So you don't have to do this low-angled shot like Alfira is doing, but what's really going to give an arcade that Y2K feel is that over-the-top attempt to be futuristic. You know, when we went into the new millennia, you know, we're like, oh my god, it's a new 1000. We're in the year 2000. It's the future. Like, you know, people in the 1950s thought we'd have flying cars in the 2000s. So, like, now we're living in it. We're living in this future. That's why there was such an emphasis on tech being, everything was flashy, everything looked futuristic. So you have this very techy floor, but then the wall is just this kind of dry wood. You have the Dance Dance Revolution machine, but you're not using any villagers on it, despite it being one of the strongest items in the game for an arcade build. I think you're focusing a little bit too much on the skee ball, and not on just how fun an arcade build can be. So my big advice for you, Scylla, is to kind of go back to the drawing board on your arcade and think about a few things. Number one, think about the over-the-top futuristic feel. The glowing orb lights, disco balls, neon lights on the walls. You this on-air recording booth, the Listen Here item, Sugar Rush, getting to see the Sugar Rush logo on the side, the visual effects animations. We have these dance floor tiles here. And it's not just this snap that's utilizing these approaches. If we look at some of the other very strong arcade snaps, you're going to see the exact same things. Visual effects here, DDR machine, the on-air music booth, the glowing light orbs, neon lights, posters. They're really playing up that 2000s vibe. We see it here as well. Visual effects, glowing orbs, neon lights, disco ball, DDR machine, more neon lights, and then other Y2K elements like the Hannah Montana lounge chair. And then there's the CD sampler. So, for your snap in particular, Scylla, I personally believe, because I know what you're capable of, I know what kind of snaps you can make when you really set your mind to it. I think you can make something a lot stronger here. I would just highly recommend diving into those fun colors, play with that semi-futuristic feel that you're... Horny? That you're going to see with the, Y2K era. I mean, the pose here is fun, but this aside from your outfit, this feels like it could be like a 90s arcade or even a 70s arcade, I don't know. No, actually, arcades weren't really as big of a thing. Pinball, But I don't know. It feels like it could be like a 90s arcade or maybe even a late 80s, but except for the Dance Dance Revolution machine. But there's so many fun things you can add in here. And then don't worry too much about light casting here. Light casting is really good, but in environments that aren't casting light onto dark surfaces, just keep in mind you could be playing up glowing lights in those dark spots. So again, if we go back to Alfira's, we don't, the only thing that's really casting light here would be the orbs. That's fine. And then we have stage lights, shooting lights. So we're using a lot of glowing items to make it brighter instead of casting light to make it brighter. So there's a lot of opportunity here with so many, fun glowing items for an arcade build. You don't really need to rely on casting light to make it brighter. Everything glows. You know what I mean? Lots of good opportunity there. But yeah, Sil, I know you can make something awesome for that. Good luck. Crazy Cat Mom, another arcade build. Same thing for you here. The light casting is a little strong. So look at how pale the backdrop looks. Look at how hard it is to kind of see your neon lights in the back. And I think it's because your orbs are actually casting light. So if you take this picture before 6 p.m., these orb lights will light up and you'll get the fun colors from them, but they won't cast light and make your arcade look super duper bright like this. I do love that you're kind of showcasing yourself on the DDR machine. I think that's really fun with like the villagers cheering. The main thing I would try to resolve would be like the lighting. Because again, if you want to see the type of arcade snap I think is going to really outperform, it's ones like this. Like I said, this snap is insanely strong. And notice how these orb lights, they're not casting light. They're not casting light because Alfira doesn't need them to. So usually, if it's past 6, these lights will be making this machine really yellow. We'll have a bunch of yellow light around here. But we don't need yellow light for an arcade. Usually, casting light in an indoor build is perfect. But in an environment, if you go to an arcade with like a lot of lights everywhere, they usually don't have bright yellow lights on top of it. Arcades are always dim. They're dim on purpose. It's to draw your eye to all the bright, shiny lights on the machines. They want you to spend your money on the machines. So arcades are naturally dark. They're naturally dark. The machines are brighter. And you guys know this if you've been to an arcade. Think about it. Just close your eyes and picture an arcade. Is it are there big ceiling lights making everything super bright? Or is it kind of dim in there? And all the neon lights and all the machines and screens are very easy to see. See, that's another thing is most arcade machines have these big like monitors and screens. And they're not very easy to see if the room's too bright. So I've seen a few arcade builds that are trying to apply the usual light casting tricks we use for the average room. But an arcade is not your average indoor build. So just be careful there. Clinksy. Very fun. So kind of a pop star scene here. Not much room for change. I do think the V8 fragments on the left and right corner could be very nice here. And since you have villagers cheering behind you, having only 4 doesn't make you seem as much like a pop star. So I think if you were to like really amp that up, maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, which with the villager toggle, that'd be super easy to do. Just use a villager summoning item to bring them all to your floating island, and then give them all poses where they're like swooning or excited, you know, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe it's her. That could work really well here. Lighting is good, color is good. Main thing would just be those additional villagers. And, you know, those V8 fragments could be very fun for your foreground here. Or you could always take a small table that we can't see and put those little Mickey lights right on top of it. That could be fun too. Cat Calico, work in progress. Feedback, suggestions, appreciated. Thank you. All right, fun little concert. The visual effects are looking very good here. You got some great animations for the villagers. You got DJ Wreck-It Ralph in the back. Wreck-It Ralph even sounds like a DJ name. DJ Wreck-It Ralph. Summer Scrooge is pretty fun too. He looks like he might be your music producer. Like, doesn't he look like a sketchy label manager to you guys? I mean, that's really what I'm seeing. Does anybody else feel that way about the summer style? I feel like I haven't really seen this heavily utilized this week. Now, I'm going to be honest, he really, really does feel like a one of those sketchy, you know, producers here. That's the vibe I'm getting. And he's got all that gold in his hand. So, you know, she's barely making anything. She sold over 1 million albums. But she's only gotten 2% of that. Scrooge got the other 98. He got the other 98%. Waterfall said, LOL, you give him coins and he produces your music. Yeah, that's the feel I'm getting. This is the vibe. He takes 90% of the earnings. I mean, yeah, look at him. It really does feel that way. So I like that. Overall, it's a strong snap. You definitely got a good Y2K style. You got some good color here. You got some energetic villagers. So yeah, this definitely has a shot at 4K. Only thing is, you don't have too much room, really, if you wanted to add more, if you wanted to do more. So I'm not sure, because you said you're kind of thinking about doing more to it. But I'm not sure what you would do. You don't have a lot of space here. Maybe the aurora in the sky, just to give it, you know, some fun color in the backdrop. And then maybe, yeah, I don't know. Not really much else. Well, except for some of the villagers. Maybe have them look a little bit more excited, because what even is Eric here? He looks like he has slightly better things to do, just slightly. He's like, my girlfriend really wanted to come to this concert, you know. So maybe have every villager just like cheering and, you know, going crazy. Could be fun. Really play that up. Messy Mother Crafter, I feel like this isn't strong enough. Not sure what I can add to help fill out the front and still make it make sense. Well, I think where this might be struggling to make sense is the storytelling. Like, you're here with a microphone singing, but the stage is back here, and you're also kind of in front of the venue. It looks like you might have been setting your scene up inspired by this scene in my video. But in the video, I kind of laid out the storytelling angle of this setup. It's not going to work with, like, you performing right here with the stage back here. So the idea of this setup is you are the superstar. You're the Y2K pop icon or rock and roll icon, whatever you want. You're arriving at the venue. So this is the concert venue. You just got here as indicated by your band equipment and your luggage. So you got our band equipment and luggage here. The stage is set back here. We can see like a little tour bus. And then if I were to use this snap, I would have a bunch of villagers over here jumping around, super excited that the star is finally here. I'd probably have them facing her instead of facing the stage. And that's the story. That's how we can pose kind of in front of the scene with the stage in the back, because we're not actively performing. The tricky thing with your scene is that you have an empty stage back here. Like, we don't have any items on it. You're performing here. We have all of these visual effects items. We have an empty DJ booth back here. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 villagers. One is dancing. One is gawking. One is just standing there like he's got better things to do once again. One is cheering. Horny, leave her alone. Why are you guys wrestling under my chair? So think about your storytelling angles. You know, what are the villagers doing? And if this is a concert, you know, Kohaku, you're just egging him on. Kohaku. Babe, get these cats out of here! Or I'm never going to finish my snap reviews. I don't even know where Jordan is. They're wrestling under my chair. You might have to lure her out with a string. All right. All right. So, yeah, what you could do if you want to, you know, if you're going to take a direction of a scene inspired by something like this where we have a stage in the back, number one, you would definitely want to have instruments to put on that stage. If you don't own those instruments, don't use this thing. It's a giant table. If you don't have the instruments that can go on a table, there's no point in using the stage, because it just doesn't really add up to have an empty stage back here, yet you're singing with a microphone up here. Like, there's the stage, you're up here. So what you could do is you can set up a performance area over here. You can have instruments, whatever you have. You know, this could be where the concert's going to take place. And then you can have a path with inauguration ribbons on each side, and you could be arriving at the venue. Otherwise, you know, your other option would be maybe you're not the superstar. Maybe you're just attending this concert. And if that's the case, you're going to need to remove this stage either way, because you're going to want to show a concert. You're going to want to have villagers back here performing, and then you want a lot of villagers cheering, and maybe you're at the front like, I can't believe it, you know? So think about what kind of story you're trying to tell, because as of right now, you know, it feels a little incomplete because it's a little chaotic. It could still get 4K against the right things, but there's a lot of snaps that have a much more cohesive story. Wag is next. I forgot to submit my eco-friendly submission, so I didn't have a lot of moonstones left to spend on this week's shop. I'm usually so good about checking, but here we go again. Thank you for the advice. Well, hopefully you don't forget this week. And the nice thing is, you really don't need a lot of premium items this week, especially for an arcade, you know? Vanellope checking out the prizes is fun. We can see Sugar Rush. I'm glad you're showing off the DDR machine very well. My biggest recommendation... Bro, why do you guys keep saying Bruno? I don't understand why you guys keep saying Bruno. You can't just tell me you don't talk about Bruno. You guys literally always talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno? Yes, you do. We're just singing. No, you're not. I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out what this means. I can talk about Bruno. I'm talking about Bruno right now. I'm literally talking. I'm literally talking about Bruno at this exact moment. What does me asking Jordan to get these cats out of here have to do with Bruno? Y'all watch the clip. You're just egging him on. Babe, get these cats out of here! Or I'm never going to finish my snap reviews. I don't even know where Jordan is. They're wrestling under my chair. What does this have to lure her out with a string? What does that have to do with Bruno? All right. Does that have anything to do with Bruno? I said if he interrogates me later. I don't know why you watched it. Well, you said y'all watched the clip. Y'all is an abbreviation for you all. That includes me, you dingus. Yeah, say chat. All you gotta do is be like, chat, watch this clip. Then I know you're talking to chat. You say you all. Not to mention, you guys started saying Bruno right after I asked Jordan to get the cats out of here. What is Bruno? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Jedi. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I know who is Bruno. I want to know what is Bruno. I know who Bruno is. But there's been a bunch of times in my stream where I'm talking about something and you guys all start putting Bruno in the chat. I don't know what this means. Maybe it's a chat thing. But you're saying it to me, and it's my chat. I don't think you're in other streams saying Bruno. I think it's only here. Bruno Mars is gay. I think I knew that. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Good for Bruno Mars, I guess. Whatever. That's cool. It's good for them. I'm proud of them. Now we only do it here in Snap Reviews. Is it when I give specific advice? So it's for us? Peace and quiet. Oh, man, it's nice in here. Oh, shit, she's on YouTube now. Oh, hi. I forgot you could just move to another chat and bother me over there. You suck. My anniversary is ruined. I'll bring you back. I was just joshing anyway. I just thought it'd be funny. I'll bring you back. Behold the power of resurrection. She had a good run. All right, come on back, Samantha. Come on back. That was just a small taste of my power. All right. So, WAG, overall, very Bruno scene. It's got a Bruno feel. Probably could use a little bit more Bruno. And what I mean by that is if we look at some of these other Brunos, if we go over here, you'll see some of the other Bruno builds, they feature a little bit more Bruno. You see how with the camera closer to the Bruno, we can see more of the Bruno? And because of that, you can put more Bruno on the Brunos. So, like, we have this Bruno, and we have these Brunos. The tricky thing is, if you design your scene more towards the middle of the Bruno, you're not going to be able to show as much Bruno. It's still a good snap, and it can still get Bruno Moonstones. But if you match up against those Bruno types of snaps that show more of the Bruno, there's a little bit of a risk there. You know what I mean? Now, if you just take all the Brunos I said and just basically apply it to room, what I'm saying is if you put your camera more towards the front of the room, you can show more of the room, and you can feature like more wall decor. It's a very good build so far. Definitely capable of 4K, but it only shows a very minimal amount of the room, of the space. And I would also recommend character lighting, just a little bit of character lighting. You also don't need to take this after 6 p.m. to get the light casting. As we mentioned, arcades have a lot of glowing elements, so the light casting is not as necessary in these types of builds. All right. Queen said, I didn't have a lot of time to invest. Took my youngest daughter to college this week, and I could have went ham because Y2K was my era, so I really had to accept my big age this week. Hopefully this is passing. And that is obviously what concert I'm at, and I really appreciate all your help on this one. Well, very good concert. I like that you highlighted your Y2K style very well here towards the front. And then we get a good concert in the back. You got pretty much every female villager in the game here. I appreciate the dedication. Only downside, we mentioned this with Mags as well. Mags did kind of a similar concept. She got all the female avatars, and she had a boy band. The only downside here is that playing up a scene like this means you're not able to play up the meta as much, but I think voters will likely forgive that here because you highlighted this. Obviously, was a lot of effort. I think when they see all these villagers, they'll appreciate that, but it is minimal on decor because you're doing the scene inside. You're not going to be able to have we don't have much space for scenery or decor. It's really just all about it's going to rely completely on the wow factor of this performance, which could work. It has a little bit of risk. That's all. So, but it could work. It's a fun scene. Waterfall glow. It took a while to get a good shot of the bubbles, but I finally got a good shot of them. Let me know your thoughts on the snap. I like this bubble with the pink orb. It looks like a pink bubble. Makes these look like bubbles. That's kind of cool. You kind of split up your band a little bit. We got the drummer over here, DJ over here. It's a fun scene. It has a good Y2K feel. What if we had a cheering crowd, like a 360 stage, right? Of course, there's people in front of you that we can't see. But what if that crowd wrapped around the performance? Like a Taylor Swift concert or something. What if you had a bunch of villagers cheering back here and a bunch of villagers cheering back here? I would recommend that, and I would also recommend a slight saturation boost. The pinks are very pale here, so perhaps boosting the saturation a little bit can get some of these colors to come out a little bit more prominently. Maybe 0.1, 0.2. Oh, I think we're caught up. I think that might have been the last one. I didn't even take your hammer away. Did you lose your hammer? You lost your hammer just because you got muted? Did your mod streak reset too? It took away your mod badge? I didn't know it would do that. I gave her her sword. I came in as a regular viewer. Oh, like I said, that's just a fraction of my power. Well, to be fair, I thought you would just be unable to chat for a few minutes and that's it. I didn't know it was going to do all that. I'll give you your hammer right now. What the heck? How come you're not showing up? Well, one day, Samantha, they'll probably add mod streaks to YouTube, maybe. What the heck? It's literally giving me every Samantha except for you. What is this? There is no middle A. I typed SAMNTHA36. That's how I gave it back to you last time. Maybe I just need to refresh it. I get one with an A with 3690. Now you broke Twitch. I don't know what's going on here. Twitch is being weird tonight, though. Yeah, I just don't want to forget again and then, like, not give Samantha her mod badge for, like, 3 weeks. Maybe I have to wait until the original timeout time is up from when I untimed her out. Which is, like, I think by default, timeout is 10 minutes. But Ashley was able to give her the mod badge, so... Oh, I know what I can do. I can go all roles, moderators. There you are. Now I can add lead moderator here. I did it! I figured it out. I couldn't search you at all. But what I could do is filter for moderators, and then I can see all my moderators. And then I could give you lead moderator. I figured it would be better to do it now, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. I'm snoozing these ads because we're literally at the end of the stream. I don't want to end on an ad. That's dumb. I just noticed we're at 281 sub points, you guys. 19 points away. Do you really need Lady Scylla? Do you need the puppy? Sunshine, we're doing good in the Plus program. Yeah, according to my numbers here, we're at 281 of the 300. And we still have about 1 week left in August. You see my cat badge? I see Princess Donut Pink. Whatever that is. Oh, yeah, it is a kitty cat. How'd you get that? Sub to a streamer and got 2 months of Audible Premium. Oh, wait, you get a badge for that? That's cool. I know about the Audible Premium. So if you sub for 2 months right now, you will get 2 months of Audible Premium, and apparently you also get a really cute kitty cat badge. They should have led with that. I'd rather have, I already have Audible, but I want the badge. Yeah, look at this. You get this, well, you can't really see it, so let me save it. You can probably see it on Samantha, or on Ashley's profile. But you get this kitty cat badge. That's pretty cool. Yeah, same one you have, Vox. Same one you have. Glitch, thank you for the review today. Of course, of course. This is the other cat one. There's another one. Princess Donut Brown. This one, sub to a streamer. Oh. You know, I'm sad that I don't have the Ditto badge. Like, a bunch of you guys have the Ditto badge because I stream Pokopia, but, like, since I was the streamer, I didn't get it. I didn't get the badge. You guys got the badge. Maybe next time. Junie said I didn't know I had it. Yeah, most of you guys probably have it, because if you're already subbed, I think... Should have gifted a sub? Yeah, I should have. I can't give subs on my channels, but I should have just gone to a random channel and gifted a sub somewhere. Do you have a cool badge like me? Yeah, maybe. Well, definitely. Alrighty, you guys. Well, we're at the end of the road today. We got all your snap reviews done. We already got a lot of secondaries in here for tomorrow. Only 1 tier 3 in. 4 tier 2s. And a few tier 1s, but I'm sure we'll get a lot more by tomorrow. Oh, and before I go, I did add some moderators to the Dreamsnap Hub. In regards to the Dreamsnap Hub, it has been growing rapidly because some of the snaps you guys have posted there have, like, reached far outside of the group, which is bringing a lot of new people into the group. So we're closing in on 2,000 members, and Ashley did point out today that there's been a couple of issues with people not being super nice. So I've added new moderators to the group because as the group grows, I want to make sure it stays what it was designed to be, which is a very inviting place where people are not giving unsolicited advice. They're not critiquing snaps that people are just trying to share. I want to make sure it's friendly and welcoming. I want to make sure there's no harassment. So if anybody, I know a few of you guys said you wanted to be mods in the Dreamsnap Hub. So if anybody else wants to be a mod, just shoot me a message on Discord. Let me know your Facebook name because I'll need to find your Facebook name in order to moderate you. What do you do as a moderator for the hub? Same, basically whenever you're in there, it's pretty low maintenance. Whenever you're in there, if you see somebody breaking the rules, you give them a warning. If somebody's already had a warning, you remove them from the group or ban them from the group. Basically, there's only two major things we need to be on the lookout for. Number one is people just being genuinely unkind. Like people that are just being rude. Like if somebody just comments negative stuff on somebody's post or, like, I don't mean negative as in they're like, this snap doesn't have anything to do with the theme. That's going to happen. Now, if the person... So, yeah, the two things you need to look out for are people just being, like, any kind of bullying, any kind of harassment, any kind of just straight-up rudeness. And to be honest, I don't care if two people are beefing outside of the group, but it can't be brought in. That's kind of what happened today is, somebody commented something they shouldn't have on somebody's post, and then when Ashley removed them, they asked her to let her back in. And they said, well, this person that I commented on has been rude to me in other places. And it's like, well, that we don't have anything to do with that. What we saw was your comment on their post. You broke the rules in this case. I'm not going to hold them accountable for stuff they're doing outside of the group. They're an adult. That's between you and them. But you can't bring it in the group. So I want to keep the group friendly. I want to keep it inviting. I want to keep it fun. I want to keep it friendly. So the only thing group mods need to do is if you're ever in there looking at snaps and you see somebody just being nasty to somebody else, you give them a warning. If they've been warned, then you're removed from the group. If you see somebody giving unsolicited advice on a post that did not ask for advice, politely remind them, delete their comment, and then it'll let you put the reason for deleting it. All you got to do is click the rule that says no unsolicited advice. That'll tell them exactly why their comment got removed. If they're a repeat offender, if they've already been told not to give unsolicited advice and they keep doing it, I'm a little bit more lenient on that one because I know they're just trying to help. But one of the things that keeps the rule free of drama and bickering is that rule that you're not supposed to give advice to somebody that's not looking for it. I want the Dreamsnap Hub to be a place where people are going to share their work if they want. If they're not looking to grow, we don't need to help them grow. But that's it. That's all. That's the only two rules. Those are the only two rules. So, be nice and don't give unsolicited advice. If you see those two rules being broken, just delete their comment, and then it'll ask why the comment is being deleted. You select the reason, and they'll get a notification as to why their comment was deleted. If it's a repeat offender, remove them from the group. That's it. That's all it is. Very straightforward, very easy. It's pretty easy once you get the hang of it. We'll be there to help. So if you're worried because you've never done it, we got you, Samantha. Yeah, and I can also make a Discord group chat if you guys want I can make a Discord channel for Dreamsnap Hub mods. So if you need to ask for help or if you want to know if there's been issues with somebody, if you want to share a screenshot with other mods and say, hey, should I take this down? Should I leave it up? I mean, a Facebook group chat. Yeah, that works too. You guys just want to use the Facebook group chat. That's fine since it's on Facebook. Yeah, we made a chat on Discord, Willow. I'm talking about a dedicated channel. A dedicated channel. That way I don't get pinged every time there's conversations in the chat group. So it'll be a little bit different than a chat group. But since Ashley has a Facebook chat group for the mods, that works fine. Because you guys can handle it, and then, you know, Ashley will send me the deets, is usually how it goes. But yeah, that's it. All right. But yeah, shoot me a message if you guys are interested. You know, a few extra mods will be great. And by the way, moderating for the group is like a very voluntary thing. You know, you don't need to feel like you got to be there 24/7. You don't need to be going through the group and like reading every comment to make sure everything's fine. That's why we want more mods. That way, it's just like kind of a group effort. You know, if you're in there, like if I'm in there looking at conversations or looking at posts, if I see a lot of people giving unsolicited advice, I'll make an announcement in the group and say, hey, friendly reminder, don't do that. And I'll maybe delete a couple comments and then I'll go on about my day. But I don't watch the group like a hawk. You know, and neither should you. You should not feel inclined to do that. I would prefer for anybody that wants to be a moderator to find it very laid back, you know. Basically, it's just like, you know, super easy. If I subscribed on Facebook and I send my photo after the event ends, subscribe on Facebook, or are you talking about being a Facebook supporter, like a paid supporter? Unfortunately, Facebook doesn't offer the same... it does not offer the Discord linking, so my server wouldn't know you're a supporter. But if you did become a supporter on Facebook, I can always give you access to the channels. I saw you review them after. What do you mean? You saw me review what after? You can post your comment on the results post. That happens on Wednesdays. Oh, you're talking about Dreamsnap results. Yeah, for those, Christine, you don't need to be subscribed for that. I mean, if you want to support me, go right ahead. But on Wednesdays, I just make a post. I share my snap, and I ask everybody to share their snaps and their results. And then we'll go through, and we'll look at some snaps. Typically, the snaps we focus on for reviews, we'll look at what's doing really well. But we'll focus more on the snaps that fell short of 4K to focus on what they could do a bit differently. So every snap shared there has a chance of being discussed, but not really a guarantee of being discussed. I've been 4K mostly, thanks to you. Nice. Well, very happy to hear that, Christine. Keep up the great work. I can't take too much of the credit, but I'm glad the tips and reviews and everything have been helpful for you. That's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, if you get 4K, like if you're watching the streams where we discuss Dreamsnap results, there's a chance your snap can come up, but we tend to focus a little heavier on the snaps that fell short of 4K. And then we'll look at snaps that got 4K and we'll see, you know, what you can maybe do different and stuff like that. But if you've posted your snap there before and it hasn't been brought up in the stream, then it's probably because you were getting 4K and your snap was fine and good. But yeah, there's always a chance we can discuss yours. And if you want to become a supporter on Facebook, actually, I'll tell you what, that's actually not a bad idea. So, not only can people be supporters on Twitch, and people can be supporters on YouTube, but you can also be a supporter on Facebook. So, if you are a Facebook supporter, when I do my weekly Dreamsnap results, where we discuss results, if I see a supporter badge by anybody's name, I'll make sure to pull up their stream or their snap and discuss it. So yeah, I'll say if you become a supporter on Facebook, I can at least make sure I prioritize your snap during the results day. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could. But again, even if you don't become a supporter, there's still a chance I would take a look at your snap because we look at a lot of them. We just can't look at all of them because like almost 200 people share their stuff on there. How to become a supporter on Facebook? If you visit my page, like my main page, there's like an option. There's a little option to become a supporter on there. I don't pitch it too much. I used to stream on Facebook, so we had that. But yeah, if you on this link, I don't think it'll show up for me because it's my page. But on my official page, if you visit my official page, Streams from Senpai, there will be a little button to subscribe. I need to update that, though, because I feel like it still has all of the old, like, stream stuff. There's, like, an old group we don't really use. So, yeah, if you guys are going to become paid supporters on Facebook, you'll get a little badge whenever you comment. It'll say supporter beside it on Facebook. And if you guys end up becoming supporters on Facebook, I will I'll have to go through and renovate because I haven't done anything. I haven't done much with the supporter stuff on Facebook for a while. We have a handful of people that support on Facebook just because they like my Facebook content, but it's still set up from the old days. Like it's set up from before my Twitch era. So before Twitch, I was streaming on Facebook, and we had like a special group, and there were like special polls and stuff, but we don't really do that anymore. Some people still do support on Facebook, but yeah. If you guys end up doing that, let me know, and I'll do some renovations on the Facebook side if you guys decide to take that route. Christina said, thank you. I watch on YouTube on my boyfriend's page, and Twitch is hard because you stream on my work days mostly, but I can do Facebook. Yeah, and you can always catch the stream back if you can't watch it live, you know. So, yeah, if you become a supporter on Facebook on Wednesdays, just keep in mind, one little heads up on this, Christina, because I want you to be fully aware. On update days, which are also Wednesdays, whenever there's a big update, we won't be doing the Dreamsnap results on Wednesdays because we'll be playing the update instead. But, you know, that's only on update days and DLC days. But if it's not an update day or DLC day, every Wednesday we're typically doing Dreamsnap results, premium shop, stuff like that. But yeah, just want, you know, I don't want you to be like, where the heck is Senpai with my results? Oh, thank you, Sunshine. Thank you. And yeah, Sunshine with the gift that's up here. So, Christine, if you want to, you can also, thanks to the gift that's up here, you can also participate in the Dreamsnap Reviews if you want. Totally up to you. All right. I think that's everything. I told my mom I was going to call her tonight, so I better get off of here so I can give her a call. How? You would join our Discord. So let me pull up Discord. In our Discord server, if you're familiar with Discord, there's a section called Dreamsnap Support. And the top channel there is how to get reviews. If you read that, it'll walk you through the process if you need any help. We also have a help and support category in our server. There's a Discord help channel. And if you post here, you can ask for help from moderators. Just give them time to respond, especially if it's late at night. They're probably in bed, taking care of the kids or something. So give them at least 24 hours to get back to you. Usually they get back way faster than that, but, you know, just be patient with them. And for the how to get reviews, as long as you have that sub badge on Twitch, which you'll have it for 30 days, you'll just need to link your Twitch account with your Discord. That way my server will know you're a supporter, and then you'll read the rules, and you'll have access to the primary review form. So if you wanted to, you could submit your snap. You could submit your snap for tomorrow's reviews. And then, on Facebook, I'll take a look at it this week, and maybe I can set up, I'll do some renovating for Facebook supporters, because it's been a long time since we did that. We can take care of that, too. All right. Well, that'll be it for today, you guys. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. We'll knock out the rest of the primary reviews, secondary reviews, and then we'll be moving on to refresh day. Thank you for the amazing submissions, you guys. I'm probably going to work on my snap tomorrow. I don't think I'll have time to work on it tonight. As always, thank you for being here. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy, and we'll catch you on the next one. Ta-da for now.